What up, Spartan? How are you today? Welcome. Welcome. Just to be a precaution, I am gonna do that. There we go. Oh, don't forget the hashtag now. Do I not get no more mash? Oh my goodness, no more mash. I get the mash. So cute, ne? So cute. Alright. Oh, I can play Monopoly Go? Say no more. What up, Bernie? What up, Analog? You spread the word. Hey, somebody on that kick. Somebody take that bitch out. That's a bot. Get him. And make sure, you guys, if you are in my chat, make sure you type so you are quote unquote count as a viewer. Because for some odd fucking reason, Twitch has decided to be a weirdo and practically ban all the lurkers and approved all the quote-unquote botters. So I need you guys to do me a good favor and type in the chat for me, whether it's emo, whether it's a or anything, to make sure that you are a user base that is Bing chilling in my chat, and then you can Bing chilling along the way. What are we doing today, Trubs? Well, if you read specifically what I did, my good friend, we are going to be cooking. We will be cooking. Reading that good old Famitsu article you've been waiting. When did it came out? It came around 2 hours ago. Took a shower, took my, run, all that jazz, so had to do what I gotta do, brother. Give me a second. Jesus Christ. So many shit is popping up. Oh my god. Holy shit. Shin Sekai no Tobira ga hiraku. Oh. Fire. Planet. 7. Ocean. Vortex. Giant. Glamorous. Stardust. Alien. Ba-bum bum ba-bum. Ba-bum bum ba-bum. It's the ultimate planet Orgamari. You truly don't know, chat. What are you doing today? We are going to be reading, my good friend. Reading, my good son. Reading. Oh, fuck. Until August 14th. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. Oh, it's 600 yen too. God damn, but. God damn, but. Hey. 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 Use all charges, please. How you doing, Nana? What up, Jay? How are you? I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm angry. My body is not ready. But my body is ready. So we're going to do something a little different, okay? We're going to do something a little different. What we are going to do, by the way, we are going to is it the right one? I don't know if I did. I gotta we're going to watch our quick VOD, and I'm gonna eat, and then we're gonna go straight to translation. You already know. Oh, nice. I get a little text. Oh, Chad, I get a little text. It's so cute. Yes. Yes. Ooh. Proof of purchase has been completed. Excellent. Now, chat, we are cooking with gas. What the Sigma? What the Sigma yeast? Sigma yeast? Sigma? What's going on here, chat? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I am like so close to crash out. Why is this not working? What the actual fuck? Oh, there we go. We got the Famitsu article back online. Thank God. Why is it taking so long? By the way, just don't understand. I'm getting triggered. It's taking 5 million years, brother. I'm gonna crash out. I swear to you, I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out right meow. I'm gonna do it right meow. You ready for this, chat? You ready for the crash out of the century? I'm about to go ham. I'm about to go in. I'm about to go bananas. Son of a bitch. Can I not paste, post pasta? Fuck it. Whatever. Esto, give me a second here. Give me a second here. My tummy is rumbling. I am very hungry hippo man. Very hungry hippo man. That is correct. Now Fate Hollow Ataraxia is in my library. Yippee. Hey, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. 27 bucks for Hollow Ataraxia. Pretty good, in my honest opinion. Okay. Pretty good. I highly do recommend it for sure. If you have not done your thing. It is definitely a steal. All right, so I got the Famitsu article ready. I need a quick YouTube VOD to just, you know, fucking. What are you gonna watch? Just any YouTube VOD. Like I said, I need something running so I can eat my food. While I got food running, I'll play some VODs. And we will enjoy ourselves. Recommended not getting a DMCA variant, obviously. Oh, I don't know what to watch though. Watch that? What is that? Sure. Sounds great. It'll be a perfect meal piece. How you doing, Digital Warrior? Hopefully we're still getting some info on the specificality on Spring 2026 Fate Extra record. We can get on that too. By the way, chat, we're going to be we're gonna be recording things. So we're gonna be prioritizing a couple of next level shit. So what I'm about to do in recording session is next level shit. Then we're gonna discuss the entire article. It's A, for video's sake, B, so I can just upload this shit right after when I'm done streaming, and C, you know how it is. It says play this video. We can definitely do that. Let me put some pants on. Let me turn off the fan. Cause I don't know if you guys can hear the fan in the background, but that shit is louder. Trubs, did you find the article? Yeah, if you don't know, here it is, chat. If you don't know, I got the article ready. Other than that, we're gonna watch this video here. Hey guys, I can't pause the fucking background music. What's going on here? There we go. Alright, let's watch this real quick. Eat some food. What is this? It's just some strengthening quest. This is not my OST. What's going on here? Hey, am I gonna get DMCA? Oh no! As I already categorized them, pretty strong buffs. In at least Medea's case, she was definitely a unit that desperately needed it. Muramasa himself, I think there's a little bit more of a debate as to his like kit being really good already, and his ability to loop with Black Grail, and his damage output being pretty stellar already to begin with as well there. But the devs wanted to give him a little bit more damage, and so they did. So now we've ended up in day 2, and we have some pretty interesting buffs here, as we have a buff to Ishtar and a buff to Robin Hood. So two very prolific archers already. I think the idea of these buffs maybe being to units that need them the most is probably out the window now as of day 2. So instead what we see is arguably the game's second strongest AoE archer, and pretty much definitely the game's strongest 3-star single target archer getting buffs. And that's kind of odd, but I can definitely think of ways to contextualize it and categorize it. So I don't think it's like that absurd that either of these two get a buff. We're going to talk to you guys a little bit about it and kind of what the buff does. We'll try to keep this a pretty short video though otherwise. So targets a buff to explain Robin. Fate Extra. Pretty easy. Good shit though. Who might that be? I don't know. That guy might be like Kadrov or something. I heard he does YouTube videos. Pretty cool guy. Pretty bing chillin'. Naturally, in Sky System, this was a skill that you could pop on all turns, though unfortunately, due to the delayed nature of the skill, you could not get the impact of the third pop due to the fact that it would happen on the 4th turn instead if you're in a 3-turn environment. So this is an interesting one because they come back in here, and again, this just starts out as an increase for the attack after. He's behind the Trubs PNG. Just already a strong skill. You're right. And it's something that we could pop on and get the activation for. He is sitting him where I am. Why is he sitting him where I am? Come on, bro. Another way that we could categorize this is I can't see it. Here, can you see it now? Recently come out on JP, and she has another very similar effect on her stuff. So this is going to be anyone. Sorry, increase her own attack still, but it's going to. It could be me. To lock in her own deck for one time, one turn. Give me a second. I gotta finish my spaghetti. So it's not the turn that you like depress this on. You don't get this that turn, because if you did, the insanity of this and why they probably didn't allow this, because this is my first reaction to the buff before I realized it was delayed, was that she would have locked out her cards and gotten all 5 of her cards 3 turns in a row.
And I think the devs looked at that and they went like, no, that's too strong. Let's not do that. However, I think putting it on a 3-turn skill is too strong. So a little bit, like, if you're an Ishtar fan, this is an amazing buff for you. Is I guess the way.
Amazing buff.
If you're not, you're probably going like, what the heck is this buff, devs? This is, she can lock her cards in almost every single turn, and she can kind of keep doing it due to the low cooldown. So this is an absurdly powerful skill.
Wow.
It's wild that they've managed to do this. Now, you can see it does have the cannot activate if only one party servant is left on the field effect, but let's be honest, that doesn't matter because then she would only get her cards. And this also now has the additional effect of increasing her own buff success rate.
What? No way!
Why does it matter? So it's on the turn you press the skill and the following turn. And that is significant because Ishtar's second skill, everybody knows it for the fact that it's a 50% charge, but a lot of people forget about the fact that it has an 80% chance of having invuln, pierce, and invulnerability.
Oh my god, is that gonna be guaranteed?
So this
Nani?
guarantees this effect to occur.
No way!
Survivability just actually guaranteeable.
Do you believe in Matahari buff tomorrow? Sure. Why not? She got an animation update. Might as well buff her.
Because not only is Ishtar already just strong as an AoE archer, but now you've just literally given her even more firepower as a single target, as well as making the survivability far more consistent here. So I look at this and I go like, wow, this is just such a strong buff. I'm sure people are really, really happy for it. I think if I'm going to complain about one thing here, it's that I think a lot of people would have maybe liked to have seen
Jesus
the delay effect removed. Maybe make it a little bit more like, almost like Melt's buff, where it is both the turn that it gets depressed on and the turn after, or who knows, just make it instead of a delay, it gets upgraded and now it just occurs on the turn that you use it. I'm sure people would like that to a degree, but I think the devs just said, no, we're just going to basically give her this effect because a little bit, I think this is...
What about Regin?
Ward
Sure.
and fight off some of these external.
It can be everybody and it can be anybody. But you can also say whoever got animation buff is gonna get a buff. That's just fact.
Like erode the actual archer niche. And to that degree, does this do that? Yeah, it does. This absolutely helps Ishtar. I think the question mark for a lot of people is, why did you do this to an AoE and not a single target? Like, the single target archers are just dead in the water at this point for the SSR variety and higher. Not in the sense that they're unusable, but just in the sense that damage-wise, they are completely outclassed by just about everybody. And now, you already had Gil power creeping them to an extent here. Now you definitely have Ishtar power creeping them. So they're even getting power crept at this point, not just by external units, but also now by the AoEs in their own.
Hey, is Demia not the strongest single target archer to date? Did they change that shit?
Here to know more about the Ishtar buff, so let's talk about that. Now, on screen, you guys should be able to see
numbers. What the hell?
Did the math. We sat down basically. I had one of my buddies run through this because he loves to model the carding. You guys can see the proof of concept here. It may be a little bit small on your screen, so hopefully Okayist makes it nice and big for everybody. But you can see it is a lot of data here, but the understanding of this is that Seal's carding power has quite a bit of capability in the end, depending on the level of her, depending on the cards that you choose, and depending on the actual like RNG of the damage roll on each card. Because again, you do have the plus and minus 10% damage variance on just about everything that you do. So naturally, there's a lot of firepower there, but to explain this stuff in context, this is a little bit of neutral number. So now on screen, we're showing you guys the Ishtar numbers. And just for comparative sake here, down at the bottom, you guys can see again those average carding numbers. And you can see they're pretty comparable to someone.
Hey, didn't have to say. Somebody must have copied pasta. Somebody must have copied pasta, because I can't read shit. They all look the same.
Seal, it's gonna be 748k, and you're like, oh well, Seal still does more CAD. True, but this is neutral numbers, and against a Saber, neither of these two are neutral. Ishtar has a 2 times modifier, and Seal has a 1.5 times modifier. So in the end, Ishtar actually will do more, but this is definitely pretty darn close. And let's be honest, the fact that Ishtar can do more single target damage.
That spaghetti was not enough.
Is kind of disgusting now. So let me know what you guys think about this buff. I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Definitely, she's going to be a fun unit to use, and my
Ishtar needs more thighs.
Absolutely be happy to have this buff. But
There, we'll comment on his video. He needs to know. It's true. Constructive criticism.
In the comments. Now, next up here, we
Ishtar needs more thighs.
Robin Hood is another interesting one on his own. He's long been held as
I'm hungry!
the
What the hell? Like hungry hippo!
of the low star variety. And he's been good at that. He always has been. He's been very consistent. The only issue is, could he land his poison? And so it was what it was. But they kind of come in here and they buff his golden rule, because his golden rule was kind of his weakest skill. He basically had the two hit arts cards. His MP gain rate wasn't bad, but he didn't have any charge. He didn't really have that consistency. So unless you got the cards, you probably weren't getting him back to an NP, especially because his NP is a single hit NP. So you're not likely to get a whole lot of refund with him and get back to another one. So he had some sort of like consistency and like repeatability issues baked into his kit. Golden Rule was meant to help that, but it only helps assuming you get the RNG in your favor. Now they've come in and they've said, hey, you know what? Have 30% charge. So since he is a low star and you can easily unlock all of his appends, I hope, that means that you can have a maxed out mana loading potentially on him too, which means Robin Hood, instead of starting from like a 20% starting point or something like that, can get 50% now under his own power. This is a lot better scenario. This will improve his consistency and it really will help. On top of that, they just straight up give him a 20% arts up. This is also nice because this is going to end up giving him...
What the hell? They didn't give him guaranteed poison? This some dog shit.
But also just more damage on him.
Damn, more damage do be lit though.
Richer, I guess, which is kind of ironic given who we're talking about. But in this regard, Robin Hood, who is already a very good 3-star, separates more from the pack and begins to kind of just pull ahead a little bit due to this. It's a really, really nice buff. So on screen, you guys can actually see Robin's before and after damage here. These are all neutral numbers, so feel free to double it, assuming you're using him effectively. But you guys can see...
Damn! 60k is pretty lit.
You have his normal neutral damage at NP5 being at about 25k. If he had the poison niche, that's his super effective niche, it doubles to 50k.
That's insane.
Now, this number is 30k after this buff for normal damage and 60k for poison damage. So we get about like a 10k bump up, because for the majority of the time, we're just going to kind of assume Robin has his poison landing. Unless the unit is debuff immune or resists it, he's going to land that sucker, and he's going to do a ton of damage, and this helps him out. In fact, this does kind of continue his sort of power creep of some of the higher rarity units. The thing that always has held Robin back is Robin has a tough time doing it over and over.
Apparently buff for extra are funny ones. Are they?
Robin is going to be
Like Robin Hood?
Useful low-star unit now for multiple reasons, not the least of which is the fact that he has charge to get to that NP in the first place. So let me know what you guys think about Robin's buff, and if you guys can see yourselves using him, and which one of these two buffs do you think is better? But I think I know the answer to that. Also, do you think, you know, in the grand scheme of things, that these buffs are good, or do you think that they're maybe like kind of should have gone to somebody else, or maybe
Spit that shit out, God. Say it!
You guys thought.
Say it! They didn't deserve it!
Section below. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you guys enjoy the buff analysis, and I will see you guys tomorrow
Hey!
for the next one.
That's what I say! He's stealing my fucking shit! Very cool. Did I like it already? There you go. Hit you with that real quick. If you guys want more. Baba Booey, there's the link. What is this? What is all this shit? Yeah, Pecora actually talks about oh yeah, she watches like all 57 Excalibur shenanigans. I gotta get more of that song. Alright, I'm done. I guess it's time for me to read. Alright, let me get a quick glancey. What do we got? Oh, nice. Yeah, the first one and second one. By the way, shit's coming out in October. Damn, I might. Damn. Depending on the time and the day, I might actually. Cat in the Magical Dress. Damn, Momotaro Denki is like, it's insane. It's still popping off. Altair is a 2DX. Altair, there's a Ryza and Atelier. And Ryza, Atelier, by the way, there's like, it's like Sun and Moon and shit. And then there's Atelier. 1, 2, 3. Gladius. Slam Thunder 2. The Mafia Old Country. No. No. If some authors or game devs takes a random break, we know it's gonna be Dragon Quest. True. Oh my god, there's a shotgun in the lemonade. What? No way. Oh, I can't read that. It's a free horror game. Comes to Nintendo Switch. Aquarium wa odoranai. The aquarium doesn't dance. Oh, it says it in English right there. I'm fucking blind. The aquarium does not dance. Horror game. Retro. Very cool. Damn. They fucking spitting. Mario Kart World. Yes, sir. You know the classic $80. Got him. That's what he's practically saying. $80? Got him. The Countries of Dragon, aka Rune Factory. Very cool. Night Rain. Very cool. I'm pretty surprised that FGO was in the middle of the article. I suppose it is the main visual, so there it is, chat. The super main visuals. It's been 8 years since the beginning of season 2. Holy shit. I'm so glad they're bringing this back. It's so true. Uchachi's blade. Oh, look at all the NPCs, bruh. Let's go. Oh shit, they fucking actually put him out already. Oh, by the way, from here on out, it's spoilers. Be careful. So you got Mr. 2 interview. I mean, if you want the TLDR, we'll have a recording of it. Obviously, it's the reason why I fucking am doing this. Fucking NPC archive is insane. Hey. TLDR, just start bitching on social media at Nasu. There you go. Looking at Nasu/FGO and say don't end it, and you might just get a 12th year. I believe that is what I'm going to be talking about. Oh, so they did Yoshiki. Damn. Oh, whatchamacallit? Oh, I see. Really? There's a lot more. Should be halfway through, yeah? Yeah, okay.ファミツフェイトグランドオーダー、記者の集会、興行再送集、ダウンロード、ブックアカウントを持っていない方はこちら、持っている方はこちら。10円 DLC. Oh, so literally all the interviews from day 1 and 4th, which I technically have all of them. That's pretty cool. The back numbers. Very cool. Very cool. Elden Ring. Okay. That's not too shabby. What is this? Every so often. Whatchamacallit, you got a cutie patootie getting their minor photo collage. What are you doing, Chuz? I'm just reading the entire thing through. That's it. What? I feel like that's a lot shorter of a Famitsu article than I anticipated. I guess they did concentrate on FGO a lot, so understandable. So there's Mr. 2. Hey, that's actually a pretty good idea. Everyday motion, excited. ということだけ、ホーグの症状を非常に転用してですね、地球大統領にホーグとして、ホーグは違うよね、トントンあり、苦労しました。いや、もう本当について話を出す。感情深い。そのためにここまで来たとナスさんも言ってましたし。そうですね。と言いつつ、実はもう少しの後で登場する予定だったのですが、ユーザーさんの気持ちを考えると、送信を迎えるまで応援も一回、なんならグランドサーバントにして、ダイブの最後まで行ってほしい。そう思う。ことは、前倒しになった分、10周年のサーバントがいる ということですか。はい、そうなりますね。もう作り始め。Okay, so there's the confirmation one there. やはり総称の先までやってる、までやるのですね。やります。もちろん、リブン正直11勝までやれて動いています。年が終わったら、あともう一すら、トンチキの時空が続く、ね。どうですかね。もちろん知っておりますが、まだ秘密。そのあたりを含めて最後に総称への期待のコメントを何も言わないね。何も言わない。ね、みんなやりたいです。終始の攻略、みんなでお題へに行きたい。それしかないね。お台場へに行きたい。これしかないですね。それではそのみんなで何を意味込まれてでしょう。理由は言えません。最初に絶対記憶に。なので、どうかスタートダッシュに。そういう。All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the recording session. This is gonna be right off the bat, so I hope you're ready. Mr. 2, Mr. Kano Yoshiki himself has answered these types of questions. Now, the interviewer has specifically asked, will there be 11th anniversary? Mr. 2 has specifically says, that is correct. We've started to make servants, right? Because if you don't know, earlier on, Mr. 2 speaks about how Olga Murray was pushed to Annie because they wanted to let the user base have Olga Murray early so they can enjoy Olga Murray and use her in the final battle as well. And then he specifically asked, because Olga Murray was pushed forward, there is a servants enough for 11th Annie. And Mr. 2 says that is correct. We are already in development. And they specifically says, and the interviewer asks specifically, it says, I knew it. I knew there was going to be something ahead of the final chapters. And Mr. 2 specifically says, yes, of course. We wanted to finish season 2, aka part 2, but we are moving with Annie 11 in mind, or at least the 11th year rotation in mind. It says once the 11th year has come, we're going to have another next level funny little events and funny little quote unquote blank dates, right? Like kukan, tonchiki no kukan. Like it means that like shenanigans, right? Once final chapter is over, we can do some shenanigans. Mr. 2 has not answered specifically, says he knows the answer, but we are keeping this a secret. So therefore, he knows the answer to what happens after the final chapter, but he is currently keeping it quite the secret. The interviewer specifically asks anything to excite you to the final chapter. Mr. 2 specifically says he won't say anything. He can't say anything, to be honest. There's a lot of things that he could describe his word for, but he's not going to say it because he wants all of us to be there and all of us to do it without getting spoiled. Want to conquer final chapter together and then go to Odaien, which is like the big circle. And then ではそのみんなでに何か意味を込められているのでしょうか。詳細はありませんが、一緒にプレイしたように。So, Mr. 2 has specifically stated he's not going to explain it, but we definitely want to get to final chapter. It will be in everybody's memory. So make sure you guys do your start dash, get to the main story, and get to the final chapter, meow. They said they are not delaying from the factor. They've prepared things for December 20th. They are ready for the final chapter. Okay? Simultaneously, Mr. 2 has ended the word saying, I've been the season 2 guy for 8 years. And he believes that it has been a bundle of quite the success. At the same time, ending a season 2, right, would feel a little sad. He once again reiterates that this in second chapter, right, the last chapter of season 2 is going to be a large, super large event. So I hope you guys are prepared yourself. They said that once the final chapter is released, I think we're all going to cry. But he does alliterate as saying that, no, I'm actually crying in these past few moments, including anniversary. Because up to this final chapter, the path and the roadway was very long, right? It says, I distinctly remember from the very first chapter of season 2. Specifically stating that in 2017, when he got the quote-unquote release checked and started the season 2, it says, I knew from the bottom of my heart a large Omega scale story was in production. And says, I know for a fact that once we get to the final chapter, we'll definitely have a special feeling in our heart as well. I'm pretty sure that I'll be very upfront and strong once the final chapter gets released. But once I get home and when I play FGO, I'll probably be crying in the corner when I am the user once more. So that is the final words of Mr. 2. If you want more official and direct translation, make sure you hit that like, comment, and subscribe. This is just a TLDR. Mr. 2 is excited. He says, make sure you come on in. There is an 11th year. Get your butts ready. There is going to be 11th year. And Olga Murray was front forward because he wanted the fans to enjoy her as well early and go to the final chapter with them. So, hope you guys enjoyed a quick translation. I'll see you in the other video when I'm detailed translationing. Peace. I just hope there's a part 3 of the story. If there is, they're not. They'll probably just give it a wait a year. Probably NASA's gonna take like a year break and just be like, what to do.第2部終了後の展開はユーザーに委ねられた未来大勝負について気合を今日まだ開発中ではありますが、これまでの指して全ての答え抽象皆さんが納得できるエンディングすべく新しい試し込みを盛り上げながら作成を進めています。過去最大のプレッシャーを感じますが、これを乗り越えれば安心してエルデリングナイトレインをプレイできるはず。頑張るしかないのだ。FGO はメインストーリーに終わることがあることを最初から判明していきましたよね。これはプレイヤーさんの皆さんがゲームクリアという目的に向かって遊んでくださることを前提にしてたからです。この信念は自分たちにしかできないものという開発陣でも今状況でも保ちてました。10年間このゲーム関わってきたとして最初に目指した目的地まで最高の形で皆さんを導きたいと思っています。できるだけ多くの方にぜひ推奨を大変できてもらいたいです。一部の推奨で他のソーシャルゲームと同じに試しにする前に一番初めにやったトロフィーを僕らの手にという野望を持っていました。ダイムもこれとも同じモチベーションでやっています。ちなみに得意点の F も含めて終章が全ての謎が解決するんですが、ある一つの空白を除いてですが、ある一つの空白を除いてですが、本来本家の謎は全て解決します。最後のユーザーに皆さんにお詫び最後にユーザーの皆さんにお詫びしないといけないことがあります。 今年の実際イベントスケジュールが様々な組み合わせや仕事が入った関係で、去年の発表した今年の実際予定のサーバントのシーレットのうち、1機分だけ来年にずれてしまいました。1機だけ残っていると、あいつがラストなのかって思ってしまうよね。シルエットで最後に残った1機は実装は来年になるということだけで覚えていてくれば思います。来年もあるじゃねえかというツッコミをいただきましたが、要するに11までピックアップするキャラクターがいるんですよ。そして召喚したら、彼にはバレンタインは絶対実装する。どんな形であれ、バレンタインデーは必ず確認する。yeah, so we have up to Valentine guarantee. その先はわからないけど、わからないと。バレンタインをやるけど、どんな形にするかはまだ闇の中やるとしても、その偽装をどうするか、各キャラのボイス付きエピソードは必ず作るのですが、もし調子が終わって落ち着いたらしばらくお休みをもらいたい。そんなことしたら、10年間皆さん支えてもらったので、もうこれは自分たちのものではありません。はい、終わり。じゃあね、とはいきませんね。アフターケアも必要でしょうし、このゲームはどう終わるかもユーザーの手に委ねたいと思っています。ユーザーの手に委ねるとは、ここで終わるなって許さないぞとか、もっと続けてほしいという声があったら無視できません。スタッフの方も続けたいのであれば、タイムーンの一度でやめるとは言えないですね。それでもさすがに一段階落ち着くのは間違いないと思う。やらなくてはならないことが初めからあって、そのストライクボールがきっちりとミットに入ってくれたら、あとは延長試合というか、もう勝利も敗北もない。とりあえず最後の1球をどう綺麗に決めるかが大きな山場だと思います。それはスタッフにとってもユーザーにとってもそうです。心に残るものには、心に残るものには何なのか、なんか終わったねとなってしまうのか。終わらせるか終わらせないの目標となるユーザーの声はどこで判断するんでしょう。 SNS が気になってしまいますね。だが、どうしても対応はすぐにはできないと思いますが、できるだけ速攻、数作にいろいろな情報を頑張って進めていきます。多くの方がいわゆる抽象を遊んでくれたということそのものがユーザーの意識であろうというふうにも思っています。総称の終了後も FGO はまだ続くかと思うんですが、やりたいことはありますか？まだ続くと思うのですが、やりたいことはエルデンリングって言ってるんでしょう。もちろん10年間応援していただけそれなことはできません。これまでの財宝をさらに開発させていきたいですし、タイムーンとしても止まっているプロジェクトも進めていきたいですね。忙しさにかまけてやってこなかった家の掃除や修理、メンテナンスやらなければいけないと FGO を運営しているだけで本当に多くのことを後回しにしてきました。例えば自分の開発環境もかなり古い状態で止まっているので新しくしなければと思っています。他にいろいろあるのですがあまり考えたくないですね。I think Cad's not gonna like the answer. I'm very satisfied with let's see. Welcome to the TLDR Nasu Takeuchi thoughts on the end of the final chapter season 2. So, as you all know, we are in a currently Famitsu article. Mr. 2's article is on a different video, so make sure you click on that one. The interviewer specifically asked that now that everything is happening, any thoughts on final chapter? He wants the ending to be very good. He wants to make sure that the ending is awesome so he can play Elden Ring Night Rain. Takeuchi also mentions that FGO's main story always had an ending from the very beginning, so that he's very excited to showcase the amazing game, to at least have a quote-unquote story ending for the 10 years that they've been playing. Simultaneously saying that, remember, season 1, it's going to be hype, if not even more amazing than season 1 final chapter. And then the interviewer asked, will everything solve, including including final chapter? And then Nasu specifically says, besides this blank, right? Kuhaku, right? Besides a certain blank, it would solve the main story's mystery altogether. So Nasu specifically says there's something out there, okay? And Takeuchi would like to apologize to every single player in the beforehand, stating that the event schedule servants that's supposed to come out, they had to adjust it on the last minute spot, meaning that the quote-unquote yearly silhouette servants, one of the yearly silhouette servants has been derooted. Anyway, one of the servants got bumped to next year. And so if you do not see that shadow, rerouted, that's the word. So rerouted. So if you guys did not see a servant within 2025, understand that quote unquote servant got bumped into 2016 due to Olga's slide in. And Nasu specifically says, understand that we have servants all the way up to at least November / next year now. He says, now that there is a servants to pick up, there is going to be a Valentine event for all of them. He has specifically stated that please be assured that no matter what shape it may be, it is guaranteed that this game will continue to Valentine's. No problem. But Nasu is not going to tell you what the Valentine is going to be about because it's completely mystery. But he does reassure you that everything's going to get voiced. No problem. And the interviewer asked, what do you want to do once a final chapter is done? He wants to play Elden Ring Night Rain. But he also knows that he can't just get up and quit. So he's saying that there's going to be some aftercare. And the game and how it ends will be decided by the username. So the interviewer asks for what's for user base, right? It says if there is a lot of voice that says you can't be ending it here or wanting it to continue, they can't ignore it. And if the staff side also wants to continue, want to continue forward as well, Tight Moon peeps can't just say I quit and walk away, right? But Takeuchi specifically says that, but everything's going to be at least a bit calmer than usual, right? Because everything's going to be, at least to a comfortable level because a final chapter is done. And then Nasu goes, I want to throw this last ball into a beautiful strike. And then after that strike is done, it's after time, right? It's overtime. And then the interviewer asks, he says, by ending or not ending, where does that particularly decide? And then Nasu specifically says SNS, which is social media site. It says, however, we will not be able to instantaneously solve it. So please do give us time when the certain situation occurs, right? Takeuchi also stated that it will probably determine on how many players play Final Chapter on December 22nd. They are going to practically utilize the Final Chapter's amount of player count is going to determine the probably the additional continuation of FGO. I think that's definitely my interpretation from what Takeuchi says here. More will be told about it in a detailed version of the interview explanation, but that is my 2 cents on that one. Okay. It says, thank you so much for saying that FGO, right? Even after the final chapter, you're saying that it still continue. But what do you want to do? And Nasus incentivized that I want to do Night Rain. Listen, I sincerely appreciate 10 years, and we're not going to just throw it away on the, throw away on the wayside. It says we throw everything at FGO as much as we can, but we also have halted a lot of Type Moon project because of this. Indicates that a lot of the Type Moon has been halted due to trying to finish FGO. Takeuchi also stated that after FGO final chapters end, everything is going to be calm because after all, I need to clean the house and I need to clean my workspace because FGO was such a priority. They have neglected a lot of things to get it done. For an example, he has his develop operating table, arts room, his crafting room, his aka cookbook, right? The artist room or wherever he does his job. He's come to the conclusion that it is outdated. So he needs to be remodeled, aka he needs to add some more renew/updated IRL. But TLDR, he doesn't want to really think about it. So, TLDR, it's going to happen. 11th year is coming. Valentine Day is secured. You better be ready. It's not ending after the final chapters, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope you enjoy this quick translation. What are your thoughts about that? What do you think about Nasu and Takeuchi? What do they mean by that? And also, Rock, is this true? I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Nasu's trolling just a little bit. It is definitely whatchamacallit. It is definitely a it's kind of a breather, right? Because once the final chapter ends and then FGO story season 2 kind of concludes, besides a quote unquote, a certain blank that occurred, smile. Yeah, like they're just saying that, hey, once season 2's over, everything's gonna calm down. There's gonna be, story up to Valentine. We're probably gonna figure shit out. I want to play Night Rain. He really wants to play Elden Ring Night Rain. Pretty funny. His big dick motivation is to play Elden Ring Night Rain. Understandable. You're right. I didn't like that answer. Oh, yeah, I know you did. But he certainly wants to take a break from FGO for a bit. I mean, he's done it for 10 years, right? It might not have been his main story, but he's been doing it for 10 years. 1 year in the back burner to do a Type Moon project might not be bad. And then Takeuchi is just like, hey, we put a lot of shit in front of FGO, so like I gotta clean and I gotta like fucking repair shit around my house and my workshop. So they are definitely gonna be a lot more Bing Chiling after 10th Annie. Oh, they probably have so much money that he could have someone take care of all his needs though. I doubt it, because I can almost tell you that from the sound of it, they are not getting a lot of money. I think all the money is just going to Aniplex. and they're getting paid like like a decent amount. I do wish to know how much they make. Actually, I will know how much they make. Well, actually, I won't know how much they make specifically because they are a Tight Moon employee, so they're kind of low-key. They're whatchamacallit, but I know how much La Single can make because they fucking puked out something today. Or yesterday, whichever it was. 16 hours ago. Open company once more. Where's the hiring? They are hiring. Day one new hires already open. They got your quote unquote Instagram La Single profile card recruit. Look, chat. I don't want to sign up for La Single. Oh, come on. Let me see the fucking picture. You stupid. Unbelievable. Whatever. La Single Fake Company, Sony Music Group, Stock Market, Aniplex 100%, Child Company, Game Software, Game Toys, Amusement Park, Entry Box, Internship / Career. They're looking for about 30 to 50. So they got the quote unquote entry sheet, and then the review, and then a thing. They're willing to pay up to $50 on travel. Yeah, so this is open company. So if anybody wants to participate in the open company, they're more than welcome to do so. You'll be able to see 10 or more people. New recruits, young recruits, veteran recruits, team leaders, directors, managers, and boss and sub boss. Yeah, what about last year's data? Let's see what happened to last year's data. They had a planner, engineer, designer, and a fucking... This was during 8 million. The fuck? Man, that was so long ago. 8 million? Don't you mean 80 million? Hey, it is this 80 million. You're right. Yeah, because it's a world download, not a JP download. Damn, so there's 50 million in total. Somewhere out in the world. Excuse me, Lasengle, tell me how much fucking you make. Damn! Oh my god. Look at that. They're fucking valued that much. Holy shit. What does that mean here? I'll translate it to English so y'all can read it. Their capital is fucking 10 goddamn million yen. It's a lot smaller than I thought. 1、10、100、1000万、10万、100万、1000万. Yeah, I thought it'd be a lot more bigger than that. Right? Capital is not too shabby, but... Alright, I want to recruit. Ooh. Let me recruit, Lasengle. I would love to come in. I'm a new kid. I'm a newbie. Would like to slide in as a newbie. Oh no. What's good? Oh no. I want to be a... I want to be a planner with the Sigma. Oh, I can't join in because 2006 entry is disabled. What the fuck? Anywho. Oh, there it is. So, like, quote unquote, this is your TLDR. 正社員3回労中、作業後、休憩1時間、フレックスタイム、コア11時から15時。時給大学院卒業は42290。週員、月間ですよ。Wow! That's well! $3K a month is actually not too bad for JP. Yeah, but you do have to finish college, though. College is $3K. If you did like a decent high school, it's about 2.8K. Yeah, you get Saturday, Sunday completely off, holidays, and yearly pays and fresh pays and all that jazz. Well, you get 50,000 yen, which is about $500 in travel expense. Now, this is not like exactly as it is, but it is a guideline, right? The trial period is about 3 months. Graduated from school annual salary. Graduated from technical college, vocation school, university. So, the translation got it backwards. But this one is college grad, and then this one is if you go to technical college, vocation school, or university. Monthly salary includes 40 hours of fixed overtime allowance. Exceed that will be paid separately twice a year, and then salary increase every once a year. I mean, it's not too bad. Like less than 2K-ish. Yeah, I know. I'm just one-to-oneing it. If you want to be super precise like Nero, sure, right? They need more interns to rig the gacha. It's true. That's not that bad. But yeah, there's the Doki Doki recruitment action. I'm just sad that there's no Mr. 2 here. What the hell? What the hell, boy? Where's our legendary Mr. 2? What the Sigma? What is this? Oh, it's just QA, data analyst, customer support, corporate, 3D animation artist, client-side engineer, associate director, producer, creative dev, vision manager, Client-side engineer, game planner, server-side engineer, battle animation, pop-offs, and UI artist with a sub-general manager. Let's see some Lasengo with numbers. So this is with 2025 April. They got about 347 peeps. Average of 38 years old. So a lot of youngins. Actually, not a lot of youngins. From 30 and up is a lot. Huh. Any more animation updates or any more are coming? Not yet, friend. Not yet. 15% are engineers, 30% are designers, 26 are planners, marketing by 15, producer by 2, and then management by 10. There is 69.5, so it's about 70-30 male. Damn! There is 71% remote work. What the fuck? Wait, I think that's a problem. 71% remote work is a bit of a problem, in my opinion. COVID's over, guys. What the fuck? Average overtime is 25.6 hours is insane. You seeing that shit? What the fuck? Oh, you can't see the picture. Oh, fuck. In addition to annual pay leave, we also offer refreshment leave that can be taken anytime. Other special leave system that provides game creation balance. Like, oh, I can't translate the picture. I wanted you guys to see that. Fucking average overtime hour by 25.6 hours. Homework slavery? Is it really slavery without homework, though? It has been 4 months later, so maybe something changed. Is that month or per week? It's average overtime hour. And I don't think it says anything about week or year or month. That's just within the year, I think. I think it's 25.6 overtime per year. Or at least, when's the last time, when's the last time they did this shit? I think they do it like every 4 to 6 months. So I think assume average of 25.6 hour for like 6 months. So it's not like the craziest number. But it doesn't say, for what? Because this one's how many days of vacay shenanigans. Vacay will take 6.5. An hour of hacking unguild. Wow. Got a little distracted, I apologize. But see, the thing is, Takeuchi and Nasu is part of Tight Moon. So, like, I don't even think they're, like, I don't know how the money is being distributed in Tight Moon. アダルティ。This time we went for Castor Coup.今回の夏のイベントには FGO の公演尺の全てが詰まっていると言ってご縁がありません。Everything! 今回の夏のイベントには FGO 公演尺全てがEverything 公演尺今回の夏のイベントには FGO 公演尺の全てが詰まっていると言って過去ありません。So this summer event's gonna be about 公演尺 Obviously with the welfare, but interesting. If it's Koenshaku, maybe Ellie could appear. That could definitely happen because Pretender Ellie and Koenshaku does kind of have a hand in to an extent. So that could bring like a lot of Elizabeth's bullshit. But then what are we gonna do at October? Is this swimsuit event gonna be a comedy? Oh, okay. Hey, we got an original island, chat. We're going back to season 1 original island style. Oh shit. それオルガマリーナの登場してはちゃめちゃな展開になると最後でガラッと変わるといったサプライズありますか？いや、そうしようの前の話。It's gonna be a comedy-esque quote unquote independent whatchamacallit country or independent island. Yes. Independent Democratic / Republic Island. They said, yeah, this is before final chapter, so it's a simple story. The stage incident and the mastermind is a little different and a lot more comedic than usual. Especially this time, servants are out of their minds. Hogue も間違ってもメインストーリーのボス戦で使わないでねというくらいのものの最後はちょっと Even the noble phantasm don't use them during a main story boss battle. Mile. It's just that silly. The last but not least will be hilarious. It's out of control. So they really didn't talk about anything but Koenshaku. Koenshaku is just kind of the main plot point of this summer. Oh, I wonder if Mr. 2 talks about summer a little bit. Let's start reading. Oh, true. We should start reading. Is it El President Ellie? That could actually work. Oh, he doesn't talk about summer. What the hell? Oh, that's some good news for you guys. There is no additional servant coin gimmick. So, no servant coin. No servant coin additional gimmick. So that means there's no servant coin update. Unfortunate. Oh, it's whatchamacallit. The interviewer asked, 今後サーバントコインの追加で、要求されることはありますか？ありません。なので、収入できたものは全部使っていただいて問題ないです。So the interviewer asked, is there going to be additional gimmicks with servant coins later on? Mr. 2 says, no, there is no additional gimmicks. Please use all your servant coins. No problem now. How far do we got? We got up till... Oof. That's about 30 minutes. All right, so here is the beginning of FGO Famitsu article with Kano Yoshiki, aka Mr. 2 interview. If you do not know, this is the 10th year and we're going to be interviewing and live translating. It's going to be section by section, so make sure you hit that like, comment, and subscribe. Here we go. So, the interviewer asks, FGO has finally reached its 10th Annie. Mr. 2 says that is correct. My goodness, it has been quite long. It says, if the staff members that we can say that were here till the very beginning, we had been together and hanging out for this project for about 10 years. I must say, I am already 50. It says, as an average worker, I probably have maybe 10 years left. And then the interviewer asks, if you got 10 more years, can we get to 20th anniversary? Lol, right? As a joke, right? It says, can we ask you to do 10 more years of FGO? Mr. 2 laughs in response. It says, but to be perfectly honest, the first time I stepped on stage around the 3rd anniversary, I really didn't truly understand and felt what it meant to be reaching for the 10th year. But I now know that we've spent quite the extraordinary amount to get this far. And then the interviewer specifically says, indeed, a long time has been passed. In this 10 years, looking back, what's the most impressionable thing that you can remember? Mr. 2 says, there's a lot. However, the one that I have embedded was definitely the timing of LB6. That singularity, aka lost belt, right? That timing was a growing method for the development side of things and operation side. We can even say that it is a chapter that practically created and opened up new doors and opportunities. The sheer amount of scenario, passion, and volume of Mr. Nasu was so large. It says, when I jumped in on the project, I was a little bit worried that I was not able to project LB6 properly with the current, back then operation development team. ボリュームが大きすぎて、私がプロジェクトに入った当時はあの賞を十分に表しきれるだけの開発力はなかったんです。でも第2部6章をきちんとユーザー様方に届けるには制作が始まるまでだけではなく、制作中にもチームは成長しなければいけなかった。So yeah, so at the very beginning, right, essentially Mr. 2, when he started the project, he did not have enough development staff or power to properly project or give emotion and feelings, kind of like construct LB6 the way they were, okay? But because in order to properly give out Season 2, Chapter 6 to the user base, not only we needed to upgrade the production team, but also the development team and the production team also had to grow as we went along. And then the interviewer goes, oh, I see. In order to pull this off, everybody had to grow. And they had to, quote unquote, get better. And then Mr. 2 specifically says that is correct. Because we were able to create that chapter, LB6, we were able to increase the scale and the capacity and our capability. 自分たちの能力がカパシティの大きくスケールアップできたと実感しています。So it says that chapter proved to us that we had the ability to have this scale enlarged, right? That's where they felt that they were able to notice that they've grew as a team. They felt as a dev team, production team. It's essentially, they felt finishing LB6 and the product of LB6 acknowledged that they were growing as a company, aka their development staff. FGO にとっても開発にとっても第2部をやっていく中で一番の起点になっているできたと思います。できたことだと思います。So it says, as an FGO and as a developer, I believe it was the origin point that we were able to do season 2 really well. It's kind of like a quote unquote show of proof of how amazing you can do as a team. And that's what Mr. 2 is saying, that practically LB2's scale, length, time, expression, storytelling, animation, music, etc. was practically the gigantic origin point of just saying, hey, Lasengle / dev team really did go above and beyond, and we're able to pull it off. Even Takeuchi, Mr. Takeuchi has admitted that was definitely a turning point or a quote unquote point to remember for, right? It says it's not just us, but I believe Mr. Type Moon and the others, something has changed as well for certain. And last but not least, of course, the Corona pot. The C pot, you know what I'm saying? The owner. And then the interviewer specifically asked from 2019 to 2020, correct? That's around season 2, chapter 5. Mr. 2 specifically says that is correct. If I remember correctly, that was right after we were able to release Olympus. That was when we made our entire development team into a full remote mode. Due to constant emergency notice that would pop up every so often, or maybe not, they have always stated, and we were very afraid, that we were not able to get to the office and we were going to have problems due to that sheer factor. But there was no way that we can stop FGO there. And so we've gotten all the people immediately into a live streaming gears and prepared everybody to be able to work remotely as fast as we could. We've created certain groups, factions, and a paper list of where people live in order to be able toじゃあみんなしばらくのお別れだってブワッと送り出した。ここで FGO を止めるわけにはいかないと急いで配達の作業員さんを手始めて開発陣にも住所などのリストを作ってもらいじゃあみんなしばらくのお別れだってブワーっと送り出した。So essentially, Mr. 2 specifically is saying that due to the fact that they weren't able to come to the office anymore, they immediately switched to full remote, right? At home work immediately. They knew that FGO cannot stop here nor there, so he asked every single like people that can move, right? Move, and like essentially called up its grunts and people to come up with a list of who lives where, what lives what, and quote unquote getting all the like Zoom calls. Kind of essentially created a remote work site online. So people can stream their work and then stream with conversations, and got list of their where they live, and kind of said goodbye everyone, this will be a quote unquote goodbye everyone, this will be a momentarily of absence, right? Because you know they all have to go remote work instead of office work. And then he sent those messages. It says, you've got a lot to prepare, I bet. Was the struggle really difficult? And then Mr. 2 says, that is correct. However, changing it to full remote mode had its benefits, unironically. It says, in actuality, FGO team, we are still in remote mode, and we are continuing to work to this day. After all, it says if we want team-based segments to continue our story, we practically have an online meeting sessions and make sure that we see eye to eye. You know, obviously screen to screen. It says personally, if they want to concentrate on something that they really want to focus on, they have their own environment to hone down their effort. というリモートの利点を生み出しながら開発にやっていました。It says because we had these remote values, we were able to continue develop, and due to that, utilizing that effect. 逆に環境を工作するきっかけにもなったと。The interviewer asks, because of the certain event, right? I'm gonna say the the party, the pot. Due to that effect, you guys were able to quote unquote come up with additional, interesting method to kind of get the team going, group going, etc. ああいう出来事があったからこそですね。And Mr. 2 agrees in saying, yes, we were able to modify a lot of things due to the C word happening. And then the interviewer asked, speaking of the pot of the sea, right, aka Rona, this really affected the real live event, and that has been canceled, correct? Can we get more on that? そうですね。東京ドームの開発がなくなって代わりに周年記念の生放送で内部内でやるなどしました。すごく覚えているのが、それよりも前にやっただいぶな小さいスタジオを借りての生放送です。我々に関係者と皆さんと再会できてとても嬉しくて、見やかな会議場での配信ではあったのですが、少しずつコロナを乗り越え始めているかもなと思いました。そう考えると本当にこの10年間、山盛り谷ありでした。思い返すとキリがないかも。haha. So, interviewer asks, right? Real event got canceled. Can we talk a little bit more about that? I said that is correct. Due to the fact that we're no longer able to venue at the Tokyo Dome, and simultaneously we were going to we were doing a we were going to do a live stream. We were going to do a live stream inside the prefecture, which, live stream at the Tokyo, in the specific area. What I remember the most is it says before the big live stream, it was the tiny outside venue that we had, and we borrowed a studio to do a live stream. So like one live stream before the big Tokyo Dome live stream. The sheer fact that it has been quite a while for all the like voice actors, staff members, anybody that has been involved into this entire FGO project, the fact that we were able to reunite once more, I was quite happy. We were able to live stream things on a very small room. It says, but this also indicated that little by little we were overcoming the party of C, right? Rona. In my honest opinion. However, if I start thinking about that year, to be perfectly honest, this entire 10-year had valleys and mountains. Looking back to it, there's a lot of things I probably want to talk about. Parentheses, lol. Meaning that Mr. 2 is like, yeah, that year was rough.
結構全体に見てもこの10年は激動だと思います。ではせめて2014年8月からいいので10年目にフォーカスしてお話をお聞きしたいです。第2部終章に向けた準備で忙しい1年だったと思いますが。
So the interviewer goes, yes, like entire industry wise, we could definitely notice that this 10 years was quite the battle and, you know, quite the shenanigans, right? So let me hone this question more thoroughly. Starting from 2024 August, the 10th year focus, can we hear more about that? You are preparing for the final chapter of season 2. I bet it was quite the busy year till now, even then.
It says, we were able to tell what we could to the user base, and we told the user base everything we've got, and now we've created a straight path to the final chapter. And it was clear as day, crystal clear that it was going to be happening. So our feelings was now we just need to run through it.
It's essentially, they created the timeline. They just needed to run through that timeline.
It says, as a directional job, it was quite the simple. かつクリアな状態と言いますか。年収イベントがあって、総称3があって、イベントをやりつけて、総称4があって、代行グランド対抗戦があって、ひたすら総称まで道を積み上げていくような、そんな1年間です。
So it says, yeah. When it comes to direction wise, as a job, it became a bit simpler, right? Because the clear condition was obviously as follows. We got the anniversary event, and then we got the Ordeal Call 3, and then after Ordeal Call, we got a couple of other events, and then we got Ordeal Call 4, and then we got the Grand Battle Duel, and we were practically bricking the road, right, quote unquote, creating the brick path to the road to the final chapter. That is definitely what the year felt like.
And then interviewer asked, then if that's the case, are you suggesting that it wasn't as busy as you anticipated?
And then Mr. 2 goes, not at all. It says, yeah, it was quite the opposite. Parentheses, lol.
Because we were so crystal clear on what we needed to do. We knew the 10th year was going to be yabai. AKA 10th year was going to be intense. And so while we were prepared for that, we're still walking through it intensely. I sincerely believe back in the time.
It says, yeah, after all, we got 2 main stories to go through simultaneously: the new system, Grand Servant, and their Grand Servants and their quote unquote animations and their busting them out. It says, on top of that, we have to maintain events as normally as possible. 通常通り, yeah, normally as possible, and that was quite
Yeah, that was quite the task. It says, as a development team, it was quite an irregularly a heavier year. It says, I gotta tell you, last year it felt like a one long summer. 去年は本当に長い夏だったな。遠い目をしながら。It says, yeah, yeah, last year felt like a one long summer. As he looked distance to the, as he looks distance with his eyes kind of looking through. So the interviewer goes, parentheses, lol. Ordeal Call 3 was a very special circumstances of structured in order for it to pop out. Was that part a difficult part for you to handle? Mr. Kano specifically says, that is correct. After all, it was unprecedented in the past to do it like exactly this way. To connect a summer event story to a main quest, after all. It says, Ordeal Call 3 wasn't completely cooked right from the release. Even after the release, we were constantly chasing and making it as we go. And because of that, the very busy summer sensation was definitely the continuation of that feeling, I suppose. For an example, during the last scene of the summer event, when the happiness counter goes tremendously out of bound and gone haywire, that specific animation, we couldn't create, we couldn't like create a blank canvas or a blank space, or like, essentially, we didn't want to jump that happiness counter surprise jump scare to Ordeal Call 3, right? It's a そこから間を空けすぎてしまうわけにはいかないじゃないですか. So essentially, that after the summer event's last scene, in order to connect you to the Ordeal Call 3, we needed to do something to make sure that it transitioned into Ordeal Call 3. And we couldn't, we couldn't let the development team be late and disturb the user base's play experience. Simultaneously, we can't destroy the atmosphere and the vibe of the story, specifically having that moment of connecting the summer story into an ordeal call. That is something that we cannot have. So while this was happening, or while this was developing, we definitely were on our toes and was sweating a lot to make sure that it functioned accordingly. 実際イベント会中なのにもうメインクエストが始まるのみたいな驚きがありましたね。It says, in actuality, while we are, so the quote-unquote interviewer specifically says, in actuality, while we are in the current event, there's already a main quest starting. A lot of people were definitely taken by surprise with this surprise gimmick. And Mr. 2 answers, with that surprise feeling involved and with that surprise feeling in mind, we needed to make sure that transition between the event story into the main story was a necessity thing that we could not mess up. It says here, we definitely paid attention on that part for certain to make sure that it was effective. It says, because of a long summer, because of this amazing long summer, we had such passions and emotion that we felt for certain. It says, then please do tell me, going back through this entire year, tell me the servant who has given you the most deepest impression. Mr. 2 specifically says, of course, it was definitely Space Ereshkigal. It was an anniversary servant, a beast, a swimsuit, and had a unique system on top of it. It was a servant that had a gimmick on gimmick on gimmick, for certain. And because to create that so much, it definitely took tremendous amount of efforts and feelings and determination, for certain. And an interviewer definitely asked, it says, yes, the bond/liking system was indeed blew me out of the waters. You guys even implemented the fact that you can borrow your friends, but the likeness/bond meter was not going to go up. It was quite the slick gimmick. I was quite impressed. And then Mr. 2 answers. It says that was a suggestion that Ryder has told us. During the person in charge, the writer, right? The quote unquote writer, the artist as well, also has stated that if you are borrowing this as a friend, this gimmick doesn't function, correct? And when asked, she specifically says, obviously. And that's how it went. It says it was a rough development process, but when the actual release date came out and the emotions of surprise and impact impact both sides in many different ways, it was very impressionable and definitely something to remember by. Space Ereshkigal was very impressionable after all, right? Like, it's essentially Mr. 2 is saying that the artist who made Space Ereshkigal specifically says no bond gimmick if you're borrowing it to a friend, obviously, when we ask that question, right? So Mr. 2, or the person who was in charge for the artist, specifically said no bond gimmick if you're borrowing, right? And then the artist says obviously, and then developing that was a little difficult, but because because of their hard efforts, they were able to make it possible. Because when it came out, it was very impactful, impressive, impressionable. Space Ereshkigal in both ways and many more ways than one. All right, that concludes the part 1 of the interview. We got about a couple more parts, so make sure you guys hit that like, comment, and subscribe. We got a lot to go through, so thank you guys so much. Greatly appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Is it a writer or is it an artist? It is a... It was a writer. If you read the previous article, the writer asked the question to the artist. The artist knew what they wanted. And the writer asked the question, if it's friend, no bond. And the artist says, obviously. And the artist suggested this bond gimmick, and also suggested that if you are borrowing it, it should not count because no NTR shit. Okay? So I hope that cleared that a little bit there. I needed to, if you guys had a question. So, hey, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. Bye. All right. They definitely got their point across. Yes, sir. All right, next one was we're gonna do this all the way through because the second section is a little bit shorter. So we're gonna go all the way through this into April Fools, the final April Fools. just because this one's a director letter. This one specifically talks about the 8th Annie director letter. もう一つ10周年に我々は聞いておきたいんですが、2度あったダイレクターレーダー、近い年であそこまで大きな事態があることは珍しい。話せる範囲の情報、それに関しては、熱意情報不足、常用必読で一言で尽きるかと思います。訴訟の場でお伝えすることは後出しのように感じるんですが、控えさせていただければと思いますが、熱演不足というのは新しい素材を追加する上で起こるであろうという問題と、その問題の解消を進めための対応が急上時と同じタイミングでリリースできなくなった時の判断や思考不足、またユーザーの皆さんへこの対応をどれだけ行うのかのメッセージをきちんと誤解なく伝わる文章になっているのか確認など様々な部分で考え至らなかったことが原因ですね。So yeah, so this one specifically talks about the surprise fifth append, and he apologizes. Our side, hey, after season 2 of FGO, maybe, brother. At least the development might start of Far Side. I'm just memeing? I'm not. Yeah, let me just quickly read. 2回クリスマスのいる自由な。サーバーもそうですが、レイドロスの場合も。AI の調整を誰かに。Oh, interesting. Okay, all right. Respect. We can talk about that. All right, welcome to the part 2, I believe this is, of Mr. 2 interview. This title of the chapter, before we move on to the next one, was quote unquote the director letter that invited hardship and difficulties. the quote-unquote lack of decisive decision. So interviewer asks, I have one more question. Within now 10th year anniversary coming around at FGO, can you talk about the director the director letter that you gave us twice? The sheer fact within the near year, there was quite the abundant amount of this incident. So close back to back like that was quite rare for you all to see. Can you talk about it within your capability of availability? If so, any information about that director letter, please. Where did I go? I lost. There we go. I'm zoomed in, ready to go. Sorry about that. Trying to do something here. So, Mr. Two answers in one word or one sentence in English. Essentially, he says lack of attentiveness, right? Lack of attentiveness or being careful, right? Was definitely the easiest way to sum up that problem. It says he understands that公表をこの場でお伝えするのには後出しのように感じるので控えさせて後出ししているように感じるので控えさせてさえておきたければと思いますが So it's essentially, he says, if I were to give you the detailed idea, right, the detailed ideas in this location, it would be not fair because I would practically be adding additional information to justify my reasoning. So he's not going to explain it fully, but to simplify it, it was lack of Mr. Two's attentiveness and carefulness. He was not fully understanding that by adding the new gimmick, right, the two appends, the problem that would occur and when that problem were to occur, give the solution to that said problem to counteract when it occur, and simultaneously not being able to immediately release the counter, essentially the counter. It's essentially Mr. Two is saying the fact that my attentiveness and carefulness was his fault. The fact that he added two appends, the new two gimmick shenanigans, the problems that would have occurred, and the way he could have solved it, he was not able to do it on time, or as quickly as he could. And simultaneously, the decision and lack of additional thought to it. It says, yeah, その問題とその問題を解消するための対応が極限同じタイミングでリリースできなくなった時の判断や思考不足、また皆様へのこの対応をどれだけ行うのかのメッセージをきちんと誤解なく伝わる文章になっているかどうかの確認など様々な部分で考えが至らなかったことが原因ですね。So essentially he's saying it here that he was not able to, the fact that he wasn't able to come up with it and able to message the user base of how he can compensate to this to an extent, or able to counteract / able to react, right? He most likely saying that the fact that he is He wanted to make sure that the user base understood what they were doing and there was no mistake to it. And he wanted to make sure that the message he wrote was something that was not going to cause additional turmoil, right? No additional misunderstanding. But he sometimes specifically saying that he did not think thoroughly and he did not decide things appropriately when the problem occurred by adding additional appends. And the interviewer specifically says, I know this was a hard question for you to answer, so thank you very much for you to give us an answer. By the way, will we ever get an additional materials needed utilizing serving coin? So it says here, 今後サーバントコインの追加で要求されることはありますか? It says here, 今後サーバントコインの追加で要求されることはありますか? Yeah, so is there any more things that might require serving coins? Mr. 2 specifically says, no, there isn't. So make sure you use everything you have. It says ありません。なので、入手できたものはすべて使っていただいて問題ないです。It says there isn't. So meaning that Mr. 2 says you no longer need to hoard your serving coin on JP server. Because there shouldn't be additional shenanigans that require a serving coin. And then the New Year Eve Bell event and April Fool 10th year event overview. The interviewer specifically asked, when did the concept of doing 2 Christmas come aboard during the 9th year? Mr. 2 specifically answers, during around early of that year. Or, I suppose, just a little bit earlier before the beginning of the 9th year. I can't really tell you the exact timing, but during this earlier stage of the timing, we wanted to give additional short-term event behind a Christmas event. Mr. Nasu specifically said it's just an additional thing when it comes to a scenario gimmick. And that's all I've heard. And because that's all I heard, I didn't really think about it too much. And add it to the schedule line, right? The schedule line of this year is what I remember. Uh, それが年内にあってあの鐘を叩き続けるイベントだったと。一応、アフタークリスマスとタイトルは入っているんですか? It says, yeah, and then at the end of the year, we kept banging that bell, an event that was quite soundful. Mr. 2 answers, after all, the title has specifically stated after Christmas. But Mr. Nasu specifically says, by the way, it's an event for the New Year, pre-New Year bell, right? A pre-New Year bell, by the way. And then once he told us that, I understood the gimmick and said, okay. So if you guys don't know, they're specifically talking about Christmas. The 9th year Christmas. After Abigail's event, we did have a Phantasm Moon event, which was a Neko Arc Bell raid event. So essentially, every new pre-New Year, right, before we celebrate the New Year of 2025, right? This is for this year. Japan would have a custom occasion of live broadcasting or going to IRL to these specific locations where they will ring a large bell, I believe like 99 times, I believe. and then the 100th one on the new year. If I remember, it was 99 times. I could be wrong. If I am wrong, it is what it is. But they essentially they rung the bell, and then they would ring one last time to celebrate the New Year's. So that's why when Mr. 2 asked, Nasu goes, by the way, it's a pre-anniversary bell ring event. And then I understood right away. The interviewer says, wow, aren't you a little too easy to let that slide? It says FGO circumstances and workshops are always like this, parentheses, lol. It was, we had the feeling of we're going to ring the bell, right? The specific bell before the New Year's. And that was kind of it. It says we had the bell of just constantly ringing out the bell during a raid boss gimmick event to celebrate New Year's. I thought it was an enjoyable event, so that's why it kind of happened. And then, the interviewer asked, but that was the end of the year. Wasn't that a rough thing for you all to get through and finish? It says, there was additional load, right? AKA amount of additional, AKA they've updated the raid, so they added more numbers to it, obviously. And then Mr. 2 specifically, yes, it was quite difficult. Server bug wise, as well as whenever it comes to raid boss, we always had to come to the solution of adding additional numbers to it while the raid is occurring. But we needed to adjust the amount. We also needed to adjust the amount of additional reinforcements, so we do not have leftovers when the timer goes out. It says I definitely were dead eye, right? AKA I was staring at the quote unquote the amount of count that we had, and I was calculating and recalculating the amount of additional raid bosses we were going to apply. So yes, it was quite the very busy end of the year. It says the behind the scenes of the end of the year special shenanigans. I did not know there was a very secretive and lucrative and very constructive calculation occurring in the back line. Speaking of which, I believe we do not have a Grail War this year. Is that correct? Right, it's essentially saying we haven't gotten a Grail War yet, right? Grail Front, excuse me. I say Grail War, but you get what I mean. Grail Front. It says, this year we never had a Grail Front, did we? Mr. 2 answers, yes, because we are preparing for the final chapter. Because we are preparing for the final chapter, we also had to make the Grand Duel as well. So we never really were able to slide any Grail Fronts in the 10th year. I do understand that while playing FGO, it is one of the unique fun gimmicks. But after the final chapter, we are going to try to adjust or do things so that we can play more later. However, next time, I would like somebody else to inherit the AI adjustments, though. And then the interviewer specifically asks, are you saying, Mr. 2, that every Grail Front up till now, that Mr. 2, you were in charge of the AI development and setup? Mr. 2 specifically goes, yes. Whenever I was a student, I was in study when it came to AI, and I was in a class and I graduated from it. I enjoy the topic and the concept of AI, and conversating that is one of my few hobbies. I was the one who created of the AI. I was in from the very first of the event, I was in charge of the AI development. However, when I made it for the very first time, unfortunately, due to my lack of knowledge, it became a chaser event due to the lack of script that I could not input. Due to the fact that I was not able to restrict or modify the movement patterns specifically. Master が直接攻撃をするのが手学習選定になっていましたね。And then the interviewer asked, that is correct. I do remember at the beginning of the Grail front, using your master to directly attack was one of the best methods after all. It says, afterwards, I've added additional scripts and mixed it together. And the culmination of what happened and the evolution was the Grail front, aka the Heavenly Castle and the Dark Castle, right? The Heavenly, like, daytime castle, nighttime castle, AI. What I really wanted to perform was those type of AIs. And so I was really glad, but it sure did took a long time to do it. It's essentially the ideal AI that Mr. 2 wanted to do was in the Pureto Meiosis event. That is what he wanted to do as an AI. However, it took a long time pulling it off. It says, I agree, but AI getting way too strong. I don't know. Not however. It says, the fact that the AI got stronger and stronger and more difficult, it was quite enjoyable. I've had my share of experience of enjoyment, says the interviewer. But Mr. 2 specifically says, however, of course, we cannot make it so strong or too strong after all, because if they are too strong, it's not going to be fun. And so to adjust that the salt plum adjustment is very difficult, I might add. Because whenever you're adding AI, you have to put everything in balance, and balance means a lot of things as well in mind before implementing it. We don't want just automatic AI assumptions. 思考自体が凡庸的にあらゆる条件の綱渡をできるようにしなくてはいけない。It says the thought process and conclusion finding has to be very useful but humanoid-esque, yet so convoluted and not completely straightforward. It needs to clear quite the rope knot worth of criterias in order for it to feel just. It says whether to go all out or go all defense inside the AI's thought process of seesaw within its program. Adjusting that definitely takes the most of its time. もはや芸術品で術人芸ですね。AKA 職人芸ですね。So it says it's almost as a work of an artist. And then Mr. 2 specifically goes, そういうことを遺伝子していかなければいけないんですよね。資料も作ってはいるのですが、 次の聖杯戦線では誰かに託したいです。It says, you have to learn these tricks and tips and these nooks and crannies and method in order to make it successful as it was last time. I've got the materials and I've got the quote unquote, I've got the materials and quote unquote items needed. And so the next Grail front, I would like to entrust it to someone else. So Mr. 2 don't want to do Grail front no more. He enjoyed it and he created his fun piece. And now he said somebody else can take it over. The blueprint is there, right? What about the Indra's Great Trial, aka the Gacha, the Lotto event? The new item, the Broken Sky. Yeah, the new item, specifically the box, right? The golden box that came out of nowhere. It says, will there be additional materials that will be able to obtain them through events like this, perhaps? So the interviewer is asking, are we going to get more mats that is going to be event exclusive, or are we going to get more mats when more event comes in? イベントでというより、大会先生で取れる新しいアイテムがあった方がいいなと思って追加したようなイメージですね。もちろん大会先生のみでもなく、イベント報酬などもできにする予定です。It says, Mr. 2 specifically answers, to be honest, we wanted not in the event specifically, but we wanted a new item able to be obtained in the Grand Duel battle. That was kind of the reasoning and the images, and added that material because, of course, please do understand that you are able to obtain this item not just from the Grand Duel battles, but the other events, other events as a reward structure that is to be planned. Specifically says, speaking of rewards, the Grow My Little Dragon, specifically the Chibine, right? The Chibine that we were able to specifically customize in the growth and given the reward as a craft essence of what you've created. That was a really cool gimmick. What sort of surprises, or how did it end up making this experience come to fruition? これはですね、ライターさんのプロット展開からありました。その時点でもう33333で81パターンがあることも決まっていましたしね。大変でしたが、なんとか実装しました。It says this was due to the writer's prop. プロット。Yeah, the writer's plot already had that included. At that very moment, we already had a 3x3x3x3 pattern, equating roughly about 81 patterns in total preset. It was a very difficult task to do, but we were able to pull it off. 自分で育てたチビーネが手元に残ってくれて非常に嬉しかったです。あとイベントはとは少しになるのですが、今回のエイプルフールアプリタイトルにファイナルという文字があったのですが、もしかして。So it says, the interviewer specifically says, the fact that we were able to hold our own Chibine that we grew and left a print of it is very ecstatically exciting. And this will be a little bit diverted from the event topic. But this year's April Fool application title said this questionable word final. What does that mean exactly? Does that mean ... Mr. 2 specifically says yes. It says that is an April Fool application final. あれがエイプルフールアプリファイナルです。So that is the final application of April Fools. Or Mr. Tube's being cheeky in saying this is an April Fool app that has final to it, right? はい、あれが April Fool アプリファイナルです。So it says, yes, that is an April Fool app final. And then interviewer goes, oh, I see. It said, it's been 10 years. And we're finally able to get to the finale. It says, looking back the 10 years, we were constantly making different apps. And Miss Rio, or Mr. Rio, was drawing quite the amount of illustrations. It was awesome. And then the interviewer goes, now that you've mentioned this artist, when it comes to new servants, there is no Rio's actual image, right? AKA, where's the picture of the author or the artist, right? 新サーバントにはリオさんの立ち絵がないという部分です。これについてはどうでしょう? And then he's also asking, when it comes to the new servants, right? Like Olga Murray, right? Olga Murray and other new servants that is to come. We currently don't have Rio picture for them, right? For the new servants that is to come. Is there no picture for them? What do you think about that? And Mr. 2 says, I hope they do come, parentheses, lol. So that concludes the quote-unquote event slash, whatchamacallit? Event slash 10th year, you know, looking through events and whatnot. It's pretty cool that Mr. 2 was apparently the sole in charge of AI creation for the entire Grail front. Simultaneously, it is interesting of how Mr. 2 worded that final quote-unquote April Fool's app. We actually don't know till next year, right? Because the way the interviewer asked is also vague as fuck on top of Mr. 2's vague as fuck. Saying that this year's April Fool application title had a final in its letters, right? In its title, letters. Does that mean ... Then Mr. 2 goes, yes, yeah, that, right? あれが April Fool アプリファイナルです。So that is the April Fool application final. Or if I read it backwards, it'll be final April Fool application. And then interviewer goes, oh, I see. Right? And then Mr. 2 specifically says, yeah, we finally were able to make it up to 10 year, and we're now at the final. It says here, we were constantly making apps within these 10 years, and it was quite fun. And Mr. Rio was drawing quite the abundant amount of illustrations. And then last but not least, kind of ask what happens to the new servants that were to come, right? What's going to happen to them? Are we going to get a real version of that? And it says, I hope so. And then parentheses, lol. So, kind of shady. We don't know exactly, right? It's the classic, you better find out next year smile, right? Could be the end, could not be the end. Let me know in the comments section below. What do you think that really means? And I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Yeah, it is a little weird how they say that. Like, it almost felt like Guda Guda Final Honnoji, right? Like, in technicality, it was a final Honnoji. But, whatchamacallit? I feel like they might be playing in wordplay here. But we'll find out tomorrow, or next year, won't we? All right, I got 2 more pages left here. シールダーパラディンマッシュは個性的を出すべく追加した仕組みの大集大作。ひとまず私はそこまでしか聞いてません。That's pretty funny. Alright. This is definitely going to be about MASH, so do be careful. This is an ordeal call spoiler. Then afterwards, it's Grand Servant and final words for 10th Annie. He's gonna warp to into Mr. 3. Hey, who knows, dude? All right, recording time. Part 3? Is it part 3? Whichever the part it is, this is going to be talking about specifically Shield Paladine. It says Paladin, but I'm going to say Paladin from now on because it's Paladin, but it's Paladin. I don't know why, but it's Paladin. Okay. AKA, this is going to be talking about MASH, AKA Ordeal Call 4 spoilers, so do be careful. So the interviewer specifically says, now, this year, 10th year, we only got 2 event servants as a welfare. It was quite smaller than anticipated. Is it because the preparation to the final chapter is going accordingly? Is that correct? Mr. 2 specifically goes, yes, but however, reading it as 2 welfare servant is a bit incorrect. We technically have in the main story a Hakuno as a welfare if you continue forward. Simultaneously, we do have Shielder Paladin MASH as well. So in technicality, it would be 4 servants capable available. But however, Hakuno, Hakuno has a male and a female variant that you can pick both of them. So technically 5 if you want to go into details. It depends on how you want to take them, but we have given at least that amount of usable servant for sure. That's the structure. Meaning that welfare wise, there's only 2 that's accessible, right? But Mr. 2 is specifically saying We've given Shielder Paladin Mash, which is practically a free SSR. Simultaneously, the Hakunos are both male and female. They're both Moon Cancers that are technically free to get. I believe MP1. Then you have to friend point gotcha the MP5. So he's technically saying that we got kind of 4. If you want to count the male, female, it's 5. Because technically Hakuno is being treated as like a Mecha Ellie, right? Same characters, but 2 different variants. And so that's the structural wing. And then the interviewer goes, oh, I see. I do apologize. Now that we're on this specific topic, the new class, Shielder Paladin. Can we hear more information about our new Mash? When was this going to come up? When was this idea coming in the first place? Mr. 2 says, this was from the very beginning of the game. All I heard from Mr. Nasu was Mash was going to become a paladin. And so we were all wondering when that was going to be as well. To be perfectly honest, there were multiple times during the conversation of Paladin that we should implement Mash Paladin into some of the storylines. But when that time came, there were definitely a last-minute edit, and a editorial occurred, and the timeline got pushed back. In the end, I believe we finalized it around 1.5 years ago. And that was that an ordeal call for Mash Paladin is going to be perfectly showing up. It says, I feel like, the interviewer says, I feel like the Noble Phantasm change gimmick. It's almost as if you've done the entire compilation of what FGO gimmick has done. I feel like from Melisand's Lancer, aka Fairy Lancelot, into Alco, whenever I see Mash, I feel like she's taken all the characteristics unique trait in together and make it her own as a center focal point. Was Alco and Melisand a project type for Paladin Mash? Can we get more information on that? And then Mr. 2 goes, man, if that was the case, that would have been amazing. Yeah, だとしたら素晴らしかったんですけどね. It says, yeah, it says, no, if that were to be the case, that would have been amazing. It says, this is something that FGO's positive points and negative points. But whenever it comes to discussions of stories and servants, we are always get hyped, and always multiple idea will get born saying maybe we should go this way and it would be more fun. Those are the case that kind of occurs, aka Mr. 2 goes, essentially during discussion, spontaneous ideas that is exciting gets born, and a lot of the case that gets approved and gets used on a servant, meaning that this is FGO's both positive note and negative note. Because FGO really is feels like somebody comes up with a new gimmick and then they make a servant around it, or they put a servant around it. And so Mr. 2 is just like, yeah, Mash Paladin the way it is was not planned at all. It would have been cool if it is, but it's not. It says, while the story was progressing and the servants being discussed, they kind of just come to the conclusion of, if we go this way, it would be quite fun. And an idea was born. And then the interviewer goes, oh, I see, parentheses lol. So it says, from the get-go, from the starting point, we didn't think that Mash would have these capabilities. Is that correct? Mr. 2 specifically says that is correct. I knew, and we knew, that Mash was going to become a paladin, and that is it. When it came to capabilities or abilities, or its functionalities, its detail was, well, but you can definitely say MASH, the MASH compilation galore is the perfect idea to describe MASH Paladin for certain. FGO, the game does utilize many different servants' personal quirks out in the open and have different gimmicks added to it. And we wanted to have that idea constantly implemented to new things here and there. その時に、yeah, we wanted to utilize essentially the compilation of many of the good gimmicks and large gimmicks implemented into our paladin. And so when it comes to systems and techniques, when we finalized Mash's settings, it kind of fitted her quite well. And so as a result, you can even say mass compilation of FGO's gimmicks is in Paladin Mash. It says capability wise, how was that? It says, to be perfectly honest, I gotta say, Mash Paladin is very, very useful and powerful. Mr. 2 answers, well, it is Mash after all, and she is now a Paladin. I did say the ordeal call for social son social yongo no yeah, I did say it during the live stream of after ordeal call 4, simultaneously Mr. Nasu as well, is that MASH is now an SSR. An SSR MASH, it wouldn't be questionable. It wouldn't be let me rephrase that. SSR MASH can be this strong. After all, she's a Paladin and she's a MASH. Even Mr. Nasu has stated as well. And the interviewer asks, so does that mean that you wanted to give MASH a lot of things? Is that what the intention was when creating this Paladin? Mr. 2 specifically says, no. In actuality, because of the journey we have all the way to this point, overcoming it all and taking the most growth, and to have grown along the way, we wanted to make sure that it was a MASH that everybody was happy with. And when we were thinking about everybody's happy MASH, and how she could move, functional, and etc., the results was what she is now. And then the interviewer lastly asked a question. By the way, is that her final form? And Mr. 2 goes, that is her final form, I believe. At least from what I've heard so far, this is her final form. Meaning that Mr. 2 don't know if that is a final form, but Mr. 2 only knows that up to this form. You know what I'm saying? So that concludes the MASH Paladin section. If you have any question, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. And yeah, my question is, do you like the SSR MASH? How are you enjoying her? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Make sure you comment in the sound section below, okay? I'll see you in the next video. Peace. All right, we got the Grand Servant and then the last message. So, do we have another form for MASH? We don't know. At least Mr. 2 doesn't know. Right? Because that is how, that's how far Mr. 2 has been known, right? He knew that MASH was going to become Paladin, but he did not know how he was going to be, right? So, it is what it is. We got Grand Servant. 来たるべき第2部終章ではグランドサーバント全員に見せ場が もともと那須さんが、例はそのサウンドの。現在、グランドスコアの反響によるグランド戦のみですが、今後も生きてくれると思っていいのですか？そうしはもちろん、それ以外にも出せるように予定です。せっかくグランドサーバントなので活用する場合、いろいろ用意したいと思います。ちなみに、今まで最大グランドサーバントに登場でありますが、バトル編集できるのは最大6体です。どうせなら全員が活動する。バカ見たいという気持ちはありますが、まだ、形成段階なので、その内容動画になっていることだけ、ちゃんと前期活動年は意識しておきますので、交互期待ということで。Oh, interesting! 制御をなくすということは、大きなシステムの編集はなかったものの、細々した選手は、QP 現状やストーンボーダー使用できる。PS のレイル先ほど言った通り、抜けていますが、そういった喜ばれる機能は現状だとどういうものを予定しますか？推奨の準備で開発にはあまり余裕がないので、その個人的な意識になってしまいますが、サポート一斉を、Oh man, my man。人によってサーバントの数を、わかります。人によってサーバントの数を絞るなどとしていますよね。それにイベント内にセットしていないと、フレンドから白いので見られそうで、グランドサーバントも忘れちゃうんですよ。このグランドサーバントしないと、外周に空が空いちゃう。すでにレベル数から少し待ってね。みたいな細かいところがありますが、イベントアイテムで交換するときの交換する。Bruh, that would be so lit. And then final chapter. Okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we are at part what, 4? I think part 4. We're gonna be talking about the end of season 2 final chapter, the Grand Servants, and showing everybody the thing. So, interviewer ask, 10年目には起きる。It says, in the 10th year, we really didn't get a large system update, did we, sir? It says, Mr. 2 answers, while we are moving forward and while we are moving towards the final chapter, we've come to the decision that we're not going to make a large system modification. それに向けて大きなシステム改造はしないと決めました。環境を変えるような進行はせっかく決めた自分のグランドサーバントが無駄になっちゃうとか感じてさせてしまう可能性がありますので、ずっと強化してほしいというお願いしてきた以上、そういうことはできないんです。So yeah, it's essentially interviewer asked, there's not a large system modification update. What's up with that? And then Mr. 2 specifically says, while we are getting to the final chapter, we decided to not do a large system update. We don't want to change the environment so drastically because you've chosen your grand servants, and I don't want that choice that you've made go to waste because of a major system update at this moment. That's a possibility, so we wanted to avoid that. We wanted the feeling of strengthen 強化してほしいとお願いしてきた以上、そういうことはできないんです。Because some of the characters you all wanted, some of the servants wanted to be strengthened, so we didn't want to change things so drastically. その願いはグランドサーバント関する告知ということでいいのでしょうか。はい、今まで数年を経ってお伝えしてきたのはグランド戦に向けてアナウンスになっています。So it says, yeah, essentially, interviewer says, the reason why you were telling us to bond your servants and level up your servants and get your favorite servants and a lot of servants leveled up was that for this grand duel battle and the grand servant system. Mr. 2 has said yes, throughout the years, the announcements and the warnings that I have been given out was definitely pointed towards the grand duel system. It says, however, the grand graph system itself has to do with the final chapter. So as a result, it was a warning to everybody to prepare themselves for the final chapter is what I wanted to convey. And then the interviewer goes, so does that mean we need to keep continuing to grow our servants? Question mark. Right? It doesn't have a question mark, but that is what the interviewer is implying. Mr. 2 says that is correct. We still are, when it comes to certain things, we are still in adjustments when it comes to final chapter. But we would like your grand servants to pop off other than the grand duel battle. It says, so if you level them up here and there, I believe you won't regret it. It says, especially bond to 15. Bonding to 15, or especially bonding all your servants as well. It says, please utilize the quote-unquote stargazing teapots to continue your bonding session and your farming session. And then interviewer asks, when it comes to bond, you've been yelling at us about this for quite the long time. Kizuna レースの同時に装備できる仕業がすることはかなり前から決めていましたので、前もってお伝えさせていただきました。So it says, we knew the able to equip your bond CE gimmick was already been implemented ahead of the time, so we wanted to warn for this moment. And that is why I was telling everybody from the very get-go. Or, when it started. Speaking of bond CE effects and whatnot, the concept of using its bond CE effects or having the option to get 50% MP charge, what is the reasoning of to able to select one or the other? Were there any other suggestions that you wanted to add into this option, perhaps? Mr. 2 said, we did quite a lot, actually. It says, depending on the effects, we would add additional cost to it, or we would intentionally add a gimmick to the bond craft essence. We would intentionally add bond craft essence to add additional things or there. However, in conclusion, not a lot of things stuck to the core. And we really didn't have an answer that would be satisfactory for everyone if we were to go one way or the other. And so Mr. Nasu came up with the idea saying, why don't you just add one more functionality and just pick and choose? So Nasu was the reason you either use the bond CE effect or 50% MP charge. Because they were thinking about just revamping the entire bond CE at one point. But they never really stick to it. And depending on the cost, it would double the amount of passive. It says これ、キーケもう一つ増やして、好きな確かに思いました。何か無理やり調整するより、全員が納得できるようなあって嬉しい機能をつければいいな。いい。それだと思いまして、そういうので振り込みました。So, yeah, it says Nasu come to the conclusion saying, why don't you just add a functionality and just let them choose? And to be perfectly honest, that is exactly what we came to the conclusion to. Unlike forcing and adjusting every single craft essence, and forcing, unlike an unadjustable force, forcing adjustments on everything, able to create a functionality that everybody can be agreed upon. Wait, what? 確かにと思いました。何かを無理やり調整するより、全員が納得できるようなあって嬉しい機能をつければいい。それだと思いう感じで最終決断に振り切りました。So it says, yeah, they had the possibility of, like adding additional shit to the Bond CE. They thought about doubling its effect. They thought about, overcoming additional Bond effects, but nothing really like stick hard. And then everybody didn't come to the conclusion that everybody can be happy for. Then Mr. Nasu then implemented, why don't you add a functionality to add one more on top of it and let people choose? And then that was quite right. Instead of adjusting and forcing things, if everybody can agree to it, we can add a happy functionality that would satisfy the players. Not Mr. Nasu, that's a good idea, and that is the reason why we came to the final conclusion of either bond effect or 50% charge. Okay. If they have to rebalance it, they have to rebalance 450 CEs, and that would have been insane. I agree. I sincerely agree. It should have been done, but 450 plus CE rebalance is insane at a fucking small company here. Yep. 那須さんの一言が発想的だったんですね。The interviewer goes, Mr. Nasu's voice of reasoning was the deciding point, I see. Mr. 2 specifically says, Mr. Nasu has said that the Bond CE is the quote-unquote servant's personality added their last face, right? Their last face, aka their last kind of gesture. And so if they change the effect, it would technically not be a Bond CE anymore. And I sincerely agree with that. When it comes to the MP charge, we had quite the discussion about it, and we trial tested it left and right. And so in the end, we had come to the conclusion that 50% was just right. After all, not enough charge would make them impossible to be utilized, and too much would be too far. It says, additionally, adding the so the interviewer goes, I agree, adding append skills, adding the append skills, you are able to easily get 70% charge right off the bat. If anybody has a 30% skill charge, if anybody, a lot of the servants do have a 30% skill charge, and that becomes useful right away. And then Mr. 2 answers, I myself, while doing the Grand Duel Battle, little by little, adjusting the Grand Servant's strength and switching append skills to MP and others and adjusting accordingly to the circumstances is a very fun experience. And そういう効果を積み上げていく楽しみは残したいと思いました。And that is why the reasoning, it says, I too, whenever I do the Grand Duel Battle, little by little, I like to adjust my Grand Servants and strengthen it, and utilizing the append skills to gain additional MP or other effects and swapping them and enjoy that feeling of doing so. I wanted to keep that. I wanted to keep that gimmick of strengthening and building up that character, and enjoying that process.初期からケンシン選手にでもグランドサーバントに余裕に強化していって徐々に強化していって少しずつ強い相手に挑むという設定しています。なので安静に強く安寧に強くするのではなくギリギリのところを積み上げていく形で楽しんでもらえばと思います。LP チャージに関してはそう考えると様々な思考系小尺上で決めた数値ですね。それと現状のグランドスコアの反映する練習のみですが今後も聞いていくと思いますが。So essentially, he's saying that the very first, the grand duel battle, right? The check, right? The grand check, the first wall before you pick a grand servant. Starting from the grand servant check shenanigans, whether you got the qualifications or not. Little by little, increasing your strength of your grand servant and challenging the enemies that get stronger and stronger. That is the gimmick we want you to have, and that is the setup we have to enjoy that process. If you can enjoy the increasing of your character strength little by little while going through down the difficulties and enjoy the process of your character being more powered up and able to overcome the challenges. That's also the thought process when it comes to MP charge as well. And that is also the conclusion of why it is 50% due to testings and theoretical calculations. It says, and then the interviewer goes, by the way, Genjo Grand Store ga donna反映する? It says, yeah, currently we can only utilize a grand score at the grand duel battle exclusive. Will there be other places we can utilize the grand score? Mr. 2 specifically says, at the final chapter, obviously. And we are planning to utilize the grand score in a couple other places. After all, you've granted your servants and raised them up very nicely. We are preparing to have a stage floor for your amazing characters to show off their skills. Interviewer goes, oh, that's really exciting. By the way, currently we can have up to 9 grand servants. However, we can only put 6 maximum in our roster. If possible, I would like to see all 9 servants of grand pop off, in my opinion, and that's how I feel, sir. Mr. 2 goes, we're currently on the testing phase, so I cannot say things here and there as much. But I believe how we can utilize the 9 servants into our roster will become a very important factor. Please do understand that every single servants will be utilized and there will be a location for them. So all I can say is please be patient is all I can say and plead. So meaning that if you guys don't know what that said, the interviewer said, hey, there's 9 grand servants, but you can only put 6 grand in roster. So because there's only 6 roster, right? You can only put 3 servants, 3 front, 3 in the back, right? Maximum of 6, including your friend. Or technically you don't need a friend, right? Well, technically you do need a friend, right? So technically 5, right? But 6 roster in total. The interviewer asked, is there a way we can get 9 grand servants either in one roster or in one screen? Mr. 2 says, we're cooking right now. Okay? We're cooking right now. Please do wait. We're currently in a testing phase. So Mr. 2 also believes that it is also important to how we can bring these 9 grands, right? I believe that will come into an important factor. Mr. 2 says, we will prepare a table, aka a stage, aka a location. We will prepare a location for all of the servants to pop off, right? Whether it's 333 or 61 or, etc. Mr. 2 is saying, we're going to do our best to get all of your 9 grand servants into a roster able capability. What Mr. 2 can only say is, please be excited for it. That's it. Just something with 9 servants is happening. We don't know when, we don't know what the gimmick is. But your grand servants, all your grand servants is going to play a role somewhere, somehow, some way, is what Mr. 2 is saying. We don't know what, but Mr. 2 is saying your 9 grand servants is going to play a role somewhere in the final chapter. Kogo kitai. It says, expect great things. Smile. So that's exciting. That's very exciting. All right, the interviewer asked, by the way, the compass, right? The readjustment, the realigning compass. Is there going to be a time where the compass will become infinite? Meaning that the compass that allows you to change grands left and right? Interviewer asking, will we get an infinite supply of that one day? Or will that shit turn infinity? Mr. 2 specifically says, by the way, losing the limitation will probably not happen until the final chapter ends, right? Until the final chapter is over, you're probably going to be limited. The reason why is because they want you to pick your own grand servant. Okay? They want you to pick with your own grand servant first. That is the quote-unquote wish from the development staff, and that is the quote-unquote what the purpose of this is, that you're supposed to pick what you want, what you like. It's a decision that you're going to make for now. And so in 10th anniversary, there was not a major system update or remodel. However, I did see you've added minor adjustments and minor updates that really helped out. Mr. 2 goes, the limit break to the 9999 QP, right? 9 jillion QP. I think it's like 99 billion. I can't remember. It's a butt ton of QP limit. Limit max QP. Thank God. And able to utilize storm pods in other quests and whatnot. We were able to add these tiny things. We are currently avoiding a large modification scale currently, but little by little, I hope you are all happy with the current tiny updates and gimmicks that we are slowly but surely able to implement. ストーンバード使用ですなどいろいろ行いました。大きな周平、先ほど言った通り下げていますが、So yeah, Mr. 2 has stated that they are currently avoiding large scale like updates. But they are still planning to add these mini functionalities little by little. It says, by the way, do you have any more reserve planned in mind? Mr. 2 specifically says, due to the preparation and the development side of final chapter, we don't really have the luxury to do so. So this will become my personal opinion. Personally, during the choose your support setup for your friends to utilize, I would like have a button to automatically put craft essence right off the bat is what I do wish for. When I am so busy, adding one craft essence at a time on a friend support does take a bit tedious. So essentially, Mr. 2 is saying that due to final chapters, preparations, and development stage, they don't really have time to add more additional, like, minor updates, but they'll probably add one here and there. Personally, he wants to have a auto craft essence, auto CE implementation on the support list. So, like, remember, your friends will use your support list when creating support. Right? When creating support for your friends to choose. He wants a button that immediately throws up a craft essence. He wants a auto CE loaded out on the friend support craft essence gimmick. You mean like team build? No. So like, you know how you make a support? You know how in events you have a support? You know how you got like event support, normal support, and you put your event CEs and you put your shit MLB'd and whatnot? He wants the friend support loadout CE to be instantaneously filled out in a snap of a finger. Because it gets tedious if you do one at a time every time. That's pretty cool. I think he just wants it, so he throws it up at the moment, right? And he's probably referencing it during an event, right? He's probably referencing it during an event where it's like a 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, ticket CE or damage CE or, bond CE, etc. The interviewer goes, "Oh, I understand. I know your feelings." It says, yeah, after all, depending on the person, servant's number gets tightened because of it. It's essentially some people are not adding every servant in their friend support list because they're just trying to be efficient about it. Autofill support CE. Not autofill support servant, autofill support CE. We'll probably get autofill support servant while coming up with an autofill support CE. Mr. 2 also adds that during an event, if I am not set correctly, my friends look at me wide-eyed and pissed, parentheses, sweating. Meaning that he doesn't want his friends to look at him with wide eyes, as if he's gonna get cursed. Simultaneously, especially for grand servants, I get a little timid, or aka a little rushed, because the current grand servant might not be bond 10, and so my bond CE is going to be blank. So I'm going to bond 10 it real quickly, so please wait a moment. Or other, minor details and stuff like that. Also, this is going to be a little tedious. It might be a little, tedious, or it might be a little too focused, or it might be a bit much. But I would like to have whenever we're trading event items, instead of utilizing the slider all the way, I would like to have a button that instantly maxes the slider on the other side. I am asking for that to be possible. In reality, we are working on the final chapter, so I don't know how much reality where these two ideas will come forward, but if we could implement it little by little, it'd be great. So meaning that Mr. 2 wants a support CE, right? Mr. 2 wants a autofill CE loadout. And Mr. 2 also wants a one-click max trade event item trade, right? So like whenever you're trying to get an item, you just press one button instead of moving the slider all the way on the other side. So you press a button that says maximum purchase. That is the two current tiny updates that Mr. 2 wants. He says in reality, we are working on the final chapter, so we don't know how much they can make it work. But that concludes the quote-unquote Mr. 2 talking about the grand servants and minor updates that he wanted. If you got any questions, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and tell me what kind of minor upgrades do you want on FGO, right? Like, you know, autofill shenanigans, or you know, something subtle, right? Like 10-ticket summoning. I don't know what that came from, but it is what it is. Make sure you write it down in the comment section and let me know about it. And I might answer too. I'll see you in the next video. It could be the last one. It might not be. Make sure you stick around. Peace. All right, so we got the last but not least, the 家に帰ってきた自分で未プレイした時に自分の荷物でプレイした時にきっとこっそり泣くんだろうと思います。中年型がすごいことになっているお聞きしました。意見上昇。少々という第2クライマックスで楽しみです。みんな攻略してみんなクリアしたいという気持ちです。だから、大塩さんはいける人に向いて、総称準備を迎えるで、セブスルーでみんなで行こうよという感じですね。デスタニーオーダーも欲しいサーモンとも引く機会にしておきますから、2種類用意させていただきました。とんでもない配信量だと思いますよ。他にも毎日無限召喚のサーモンとのモーションの会議とお聞きました。サーモンとのモーションの会議では今後もやっていきます。全員分やりますと過去に塩川さんが助言した通りきちんとやるつもりです。モーション収集ということは、ソロサーバントに応じたシナリオの展開もあったり、基本的には周年のお祝いとして順調に実行していく順序ですね。楽しみですね。サーバントといえば、周年サーバントにある UR ガレについて聞いてください。タイプムーンさんもこだわりの強く、ホーグの消費しては非常に難航していましたね。アイディアから出してからすごく点検を重ねて作られています。再臨段階によってサーバントとしての立ち位置が分かるので、地球人としてのホーグと初頭としてのホーグは違うよねという話もあり、とても苦労しましたね。いやもう本当についに彼女を出すことが言って、もう感情深いですね。そのためにここまで来たとナスさんも言ってましたしね。そうですね。と言いつつ、自分はもう少しで実はもう少しで登場する予定だったのですが、ユーザーさんの気持ちを考えると、やはり総称に迎える前にオルガマリーを迎えてほしい。なんならグランドサーバントにしてダイブの最後に行ってしまえ。そういう思いで変わった覚えがあります。ということは、前をした10年士がいるともいいのですか？そうですね。やはりそういうのがあるんですね。ありますよ。Excuse me. All right. Final chapter. So this is part 5, part 6. I don't know what part we are, but we are on part finale. This is the last segment for the Mr. 2 interview action. So, the title of it is I'm probably going to cry in the corner when I go home and play the chapter myself. So Mr. Interviewer asks, I heard, and from what I've been hearing, this entire year rotation was insanity. This anniversary gimmick, can we hear more about it? It says, yes, we are heading towards the final chapter and the climax of season 2. And so I want everybody to conquer it together and clear it with everyone. That is the feeling that I have. That is why for the people who has not reached Ordeal Call 4 to get incentivized saying, we're preparing for the final chapters. So if you come along with us, you will get 1,000 sync quartz as a present. So let us all go to the final chapter together, is the incentive. Simultaneously, Destiny order-wise, I know you all want to have your favorite servants. And so, in order to get your favorite servants, we decided to split it into 2 different types to welcome them to have a double D opportunity. The interviewer asked, it is tremendously insane amount of quote unquote tremendously insane amount of gift you've given us. Simultaneously, the everyday free story servant summoning, and on top of that, the everyday story summon, right? Everyday story summon and servant animation update. I heard a lot of those things to be come into motion. It says, yes, servant animation motion updates will come more later. Mr. Shiokawa said in the past, we're going to do everyone animation update. As he has stated, we are going to do as he said. If the animation remodeling, right, the animation update is going to come out, does that mean that we're going to have a scenario added to this servant to celebrate the animation update to these servants? In basically, we want to animation update these servants as a yearly gimmick and little by little bust them out is the direction we would like to go. 基本的には周年のお祝いとして充実に実装していく方向性ですね。So essentially animation updates, right? Animation updates, motion remodeling is going to happen every year. Their goal currently is that every year we're going to get an animation update on the later servants, if not older servants, right? So Mr. 2 has stated that at least we're going to have up to 11th year by doing this, right? Because he says servant animation update is going to be a yearly thing. That is what he's planning to do. So the do they specifically state older servants? No. Mr. Shiokawa said everyone. Servant motion, servant motion / animation update. We're going to do more of it. Mr. Shiokawa specifically stated we're doing everyone. And so we're going to we're going to do right by his words. So he didn't say older servants, but he did say he's going to do everyone's animation update. So I think your older servants are included in that, I believe. And he Mr. 2 has specifically stated that the animation update will most likely be a yearly thing to celebrate instead of adding additional scenarios and whatnot. So meaning that there's going to be another anniversary at least, right? Because it's going to be a yearly thing. That's exciting, says the interviewer. Speaking of servants, I heard the anniversary servant is you, Olga Murray. Can we hear a little bit about that? It says, Mr. Type Moon was very implementally strong, right? Very powerfully strong when it comes to the expression and the utilization of Noble Phantasm. And we definitely struggled. In order to express the Noble Phantasm, we definitely struggled with Mr. Type Moon. We had so much ideas, and all the ideas were on top of each other and compressed and have been looked over. And what you see now has been made. We knew for a fact that each ascension, the servants' location and position and who they are changes. And so it was a natural conversation that Earth President Noble Phantasm should be different than the director's Noble Phantasm. And my goodness, it was quite the rough work. AKA they struggled, they had a hard time. But to be perfectly honest, the fact that we were able to finally bust her out is very emotional, ingrained deep inside me, says Mr. 2. After all, Mr. Nasu specifically has stated that we came this far for this moment as well. And Mr. 2 says, I sincerely agree. However, by the way, her arrival was supposed to be a little later. That was the original plan. However, thinking the user's feelings, I really, and the others really, wanted to welcome Olga Marie before the final chapter came forward. On top of that, we wanted her to be a grand servant and walk among the finale of season 2. And that was the thought process we had, and we changed things accordingly because of it. I remember it quite fondly. So the interviewer says, does that mean the servant that got pushed forward will arrive in the 11th Annie? And Mr. 2 specifically says, so I say 11th Annie, the 11th year, right? I think he meant the 11th year, aka the New Year servant, aka could be the 11th anniversary, but just he's now not in the 2025 roster, but in the 2026 roster, right? That's what the interviewer is specifically saying. Because now Olga Murray pushed a servant out of the way. That pushed away servant has become the 2026 servant, correct? And Mr. 2 specifically says yes, and we are already making it. So they are already working on it, right? So that is correct. We're already in process of making it happen. And the interviewer says, I knew it. I knew you would go ahead of final chapter. So there's more to it. Mr. 2 answers, of course we will. It says, we are trying to finish. We are trying to finish season 2, right? We're trying to finish season 2. And it is ahead of season 2 a little bit. But we have planned a lot of things up to 11th Annie. And we are moving forward because of it. So the interviewer asked, once the final chapter is over, once the final chapter is over, are we going to have like shenanigans dimensions and shenanigans feelings? Are we able to go full out Pepega, continuing our little funnies? Mr. 2 says, I don't know. Of course, I know the answer, but I would like to keep it a secret for now. Right, Mr. 2 hitting you with the, I don't know, right? But we do know there's going to be at least an 11th year, at least a Valentine of 11th year, and at least an anniversary. But Mr. 2 specifically wants to keep it a secret what happens after season 2's over. So it says, with that included, Mr. 2, reaching the final expectations and final chapter, can we get some comments to encouragement and more things from you? Mr. 2 says, no, I can't say any more. No more, no way. I have a lot of pictures in my head and a lot of things that I want to say, but none of these can be said in words for now. But what I want to say what I can say and will say is that I want to do this with everyone. Let us all conquer the final chapter. And all go to quote unquote whatchamacallit? Odaya, whatchamacallit? The Grand Circle, right? Where's that location called? Odaien. Like but it's Odaien is a fucking like everyone, right? Like in a like a we are the world, right? Like a giant circle, like a kumbaya. He wants to do the final chapter together, final chapter, conquer it, and then kind of have like a kumbaya session. That's what I want. That's all I could explain. Right? Odaien. It's like kind of holding hands together, or it's essentially want to finish the chapter together. It says by this everyone ではそのみんなで何か意味が込められているのでしょうか? It says by quote unquote everyone. Is this some sort of additional meaning added to these words of final chapter conquering? Perhaps, says the interviewer. Mr. 2 says, I can't give you any more details, but please do understand that playing the final chapter all together will definitely remember it in everyone's memory. So everybody who has start dashed or come back, please enjoy the story and come to the final chapter. It says, I know in the main stories, you wish for a time off weekend, or just able to blow it off on 1 week. I know a lot of people have those styles and feelings, but for actually real, right? Like for actually real, please do come to the final chapter release on December 20th. We are certain that at this very moment, we are not going to delay or do anything to this date. It says, yeah, 時間が取れる次の週でとか、大型連載で一気にみたいな方もいらっしゃると思うのですが、ぜひとも最終章だけはリリースである12月20日に、現状は分割する予定もないので、最後の最後まで駆け抜けてください。幸いです。So it's essentially Mr. 2 is saying, I know there's different play styles of, playing it on the weekend or, take a, instantly finish it during a large break or taking a day off or vacation. Mr. 2 is saying that please do come for the final chapter that releases in December 20th. There is no plans currently to, there's no plans for shenanigans. Final chapter is coming at December 20th. Hard set date. So if you guys can run it down, right? Run it down to the final chapter together, it would be greatly appreciated. So essentially, Mr. 2 is saying, if you haven't started, let's start. If you have started, let's start. Everybody should come and play the final chapter of FGO Season 2 at December 20th. And then the interviewer says, last but not least, please give me your feelings towards the final chapter, right? Or additional hurrah. 意気込みって言うと何でしょうね。It says, I don't know what it comes to, encouraging or the last words to say. After all, I've been the season 2 guy for, it says that I've always been the season 2 guy for about roughly 8 years. The roughly large section of 8 years. But at the same time, I do feel a little sadness. It says, I will like to reiterate that this will be a large event that will conclude season 2. Right? It'll wrap up season 2. And so if it goes beyond the expectations, it would be greatly appreciated, right? So it says, I bet once the final chapter gets released, I'll definitely cry. Well, in all honesty, I have been crying very recently. I have been crying pretty recently. Because the road to the final chapter was so long. I now remember the beginning of season 2 and releasing the quote-unquote December 31st chapter. I still can remember it as fresh as yesterday. Once the end of the 2017 release after, during 2017's quote unquote at the end of the year release check was done, I went and checked the resources, and once I finished everything done for that anniversary, that new year, once everything of 2017 check was over, I knew that we were going to have a story of the most largest and longest scale possible. I bet in the final chapter, I will definitely have a special feeling in my heart. I'll probably be very front, and I will probably be very forward during the release dates and release prep. I will probably have a strong face when everything's all sorted out and ready. And I don't think I will be crying. But when I do go home, and when I become an FGO player once more, back to a FGO user, and when I play it myself when I get home, I'll probably cry secretly. So TLDR, Season 2, aka Cosmos and the Lost Belt, is ending. Final chapter is right around the corner. The Season 2 man has worked over 8+ years to get to this final chapter. He's excited. He's excited, and hopefully you're excited, because the December 20th is going to be a big day for everybody, and he highly recommends you take that day off and play the video game. And so he looked back from 2017. Once the 2017 end of the year, December 30th shenanigans was all ready to go, final checked, and, clocked out for that day, he realized that he was going to be embarking one of the largest story and big story. And then he'll definitely said different emotions will probably swell up once I go through the final chapter. During the release preparations, and once everything's all good to go and I release it, I'll probably not cry as hard. But once I go home and when I become an FGO user again, right? So when he becomes an FGO user, because he goes home, right? He went home, don't have to work a bit, become an FGO player. He'll probably play that part as well, and he'll probably cry. Secretly, of course. Secretly. All right, that concludes the 10th anniversary question with Mr. 2. Final thoughts. Very excited for final chapter. Season 2 is going to get wrapped up real nicely, it seems. Very hyped, and I need you to prepare your butthole. Get 9 of your grand servants ready. And prepare yourself for December 20th, because it's either going to be a server-wide raid or server-wide shenanigans. And at the end of that road, we are either going to hippie, hooray, or we're going to say, damn, that was a good-ass fucking ending. And enjoy the FGO Season 2 story's conclusion. Okay? So, what do you think? Are you excited? How far are you in Season 2 Cosmos and the Lost Belt? And make sure you get to Ordeal Call 4. It's free 1,000 Saint Quartz. What you doing? Get your lazy ass up and start running. Start. That's right. Get that fucking Gakko. Start running. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, you like that? Dude, watch me get DMCA. You know this shit's lit if I get DMCA'd. You know that I'm that good. Grand Saber is Artoria, obviously. It's Artoria Mormasa Iori. Wow. It's Artoria Mormacha Iori. Archer is Gilgamesh Puretomayos Takasugi. Lancer, it was actually Melicin. Damn, twice the amount of Enkidu and Ereshkigal. That's kind of insane. Dragon equals most powerful. True. A lot of female love. I thought it was going to be littered with male. But a lot of female love for sure. Because you got Melicin, male. Melicin, male. Felicin, undefined. Well, actually, there's a lot of male on Melicin. But there's only like 3 Melicin. Enkidu was a female male. Ereshkigal was female. Skasal Lancer was male. Karna was a male. Kuful and Lancer was a female. Kuful and Lancer was a female. Sakamoto Ryoma Lancer was male. Grand Rider is Ojimendeus and Taikobo, then Nemo. Wow, Iskandar is at the 4th place. Damn, Daniel. But Ojimendeus on the Grand Rider leaderboard. Grand Caster is Tonerico, Artoria Caster, and Merlin. It says so each individual wants to save her world, right? A6 world. Castoria, because she's my blade. She is essentially a servant that changed an era. Merlin was 2 females. Castro was 2 females. Tonerico was a male and a female. Gilgamesh Castro is a female. Alice is a male. Not bad. Assassin, it's Kama, Teska, Toripoka, and Grand whatchamacallit? Old Man of the Mountains. Is there any Anderson? No Anderson. I think the surprise would be Ass Clapping Cheeks is 9th place, and Kuful and Caster. Kuful and Caster at Ass Clapping Cheeks is 9th place. Kama, Teska, Toripoga, Old Man of the Sun, Rogushiki, Light Koyan, Izo, Jack the Ripper, Shinjuku's, Doppelganger, Gray, and Assassin. People want to see new story for Samurai Remnant. New story for Samurai Remnant beat K&K and Mahotsukai and Yoda. That's insane. What the fuck? That's actually impressive. damn all event revitalized is insane. Please, like a lot of people is please staff be healthy and safe. We got make sure to play after story's over. Take your time, but make it 10 more years. Season FGO 2 or season 3. Give Atarante swimsuit. Make it more anime. Anime, please. Understandable. What was the anime list? Hey! Who's gonna be the next swimsuit servant? Teska, Toripoka, Kufu, and Lancer Murmasa. Holy shit. That's insane. So in 2023, Teska Toripoka was first place as well. And now in 2024/5, whatchamacallit, Teska Toripoka gets all 3 people, by the way. The top 3 got a swimsuit. So if the top 3 gets a swimsuit here, means that the girl would also get a top 3 swimsuit, right? So that means we're gonna get Cream Hill, Koyanskaya, Archetype Earth, and Medusa Rider. Because we got Passion Lip already 5-star. So if we want to add like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's Cuckoo, Medusa Rider, Archetype Earth, Light Koyan, Cream Hill. Summer Crim? Oh yeah, by the way, Summer Crim is coming. Spoiler alert. Cream Hill Summer is actually coming. What up, Zulong? I'm with the guy wanting Atalanta. Yes, a lot of people want Atlanta swimsuities. No way they're doing summer arc after Phantasmal Moon. That's where you're wrong, bitch. Phantasm Moon is not Archetype Earth. Therefore, Archetype Swimsuit technically can count. Smile. But who knows? Who knows? NPC FGO, please come home. Kamazat. I like how Omi-san fucking came in literally like 3 months ago. Excuse me, 5 months, not even 5 months ago. Yeah, like 6 months ago. Omi-san is legitimately second place as an NPC arrival servant. That's insane. And then Agravane, Romani Akiman, Kadok Gordoff. That's the fucking teacher of fuck, I can't remember his name. It's the samurai guy. It's the super heavy armored samurai guy. A second place Omi-san is insane, by the way. Grand Berserker. Castor Berserker, obviously. Morgan, Lilith. Yo, where the fuck is my Seisho gone? What the hell, boy? No Seisho gone Berserker. This list is rigged. Is it Chiemon? Yeah, it's Chiemon. I fucking hate reading the goddamn kanji, brother. It's I think it's Takeichi. It's the fucking purple dude. I believe Mizu Isa Takeichi. I think that's how you spell it. is wrong? I mean, listen, it could be. It's the fuck. It's the teacher of Izo. It's the dude in black that got taken over by that fucking monster. It's that black suited guy. It's him. Where's NPC jail, chat? Where's NPC jail? He's in NPC jail. It's just easier to show you if I just show you NPC jail. Erenoa, Zahaku, Vitra, Kings of Santa, Rokuneko 5, Kings of Santa 108, Mysterious Servant. He likes taking naps, chat. Event Quest NPC? What the fuck? Bruh! It's fucked up. So you're not gonna show your boy. Okay, okay. NPC jail's too big? You're not wrong. Here, I'll just show it to you. Here. I don't know if you can see him. This is the boy. It's the boy. It's this guy. Big boy, the black suited guy. The sword got taken over during Nobu lost his head. The Takeuchi event. This is Takechi. Yes, sir. This guy. People want Camel Butler as a servant? Oh, of course. My boy Camel Butler OPP. 10 out of 10. Who don't know what that is? That you'll see. No, you technically seen him already. What anime do you want for FGO? Obviously, it's Avalon Le Fay with 3 times the amount of vote. Avalon LB6 is first. LB5 is second. Atlantis, by the way. LB5 Atlantis is above yeah, LB5 Atlantis than Olympus, which is very surprising. Chimocha, by the way, number 3 is EOR Chimocha. Chimocha fucking popping off. Holy shit. Chimocha to this day, 3rd place. 4th place is LB7. 5th place is Ordeal Call 2 Edo. 6th place is Shinjuku. 7th place is 5.5 Heian Kill. 8th place is Anastasia. 9th place is Archetype Inception. 10th place is Trinity Metatoronios. Metatoronios. If they're gonna do part 2, they should just do it from LB1 and forward. Oh, I agree, but knowing them, they'll probably pick one, which will probably be LB6, and then just cook that shit as much as they can. Which is your favorite main quest? LB6 to this day is top on the leaderboard with the main quest love. LB7 is next. Archetype Inception is next, then Edo, Babylonia, Atlantis, Metatoronios, Solomon, Heian-Kyo, Camelot. What is the best limited event, which is the Mahoyo? Mahoyo event. Seraph, the Fallen Wing. Oh shit, the Tears of Wing is the Tears of the Fallen Wing is insane. Wings of the Fallen Tears is actually insane. Summer Festival 2023. And last but not least, Fate Final Journey is the largest and favorite April Fool journey. No problem. Yes. Damn. 46% has cleared Olga Quest 3. There's a lot of people. 23% is stuck in Olga Quest 1. But it is unfortunate that there is not 50% of masters that cleared whatchamacallit. There's not 50% masters that cleared Orgrimmar Quest 3. So 92% has reached Ordeal Call. And 79% has beaten LB4, Ordeal Call 4. Which, this is a little biased because JP players have played up to Ordeal Call 4. Obviously. %50 female. Just put like 30% male onto the female and you're good. Age range, a lot of 20s and 30s. 3% 50 and above is low-key insane. 12% is 40s. How do you beat Lilith, but you're stuck at Olga Quest? Bro. I would love to see this number on NA. Yo, I do not want to see that number on NA. So a lot of the masters are 75 to the 179 range. So roughly about roughly about 16% reached max level 180. So I think 180 has to reach about 30 to 40% in order to get 190. So they utilized about 6,000 survey, right? 6,000 people take this survey. 6,000 people, not 79% of them beat up till the newest story. 46 of them beat up to Ordeal Call Orgrimmar 3. Didn't Trouble say Olga 3? What you talking about? Yeah, we did say Olga 3. Beat Olga 3 or Olga 3. All right. That concludes today's recording. Tomorrow, we're going to be recording the quote-unquote Nasu and Takeuchi's quote-unquote, questions and answers, obviously. Because right now, we got the Phantasm Moon, we got the Lilith / MASH Rival, Grand Servant, Passion Lip Swimsuit Reasoning, Kadruk Zeperimus spoilers, Olga Murray servants, and the Third Ascension Ith. And quote unquote, the future is in users' hands. Okay? We'll read that tomorrow because I'm tired as fuck. I need to upload all these videos real quick and I gotta go to work. So, thank you guys so much for coming. Greatly appreciated. This will be one of many, obviously. There's gonna be everybody and their mom busting this shit out because they want to be the very first, but they're not gonna be, you know, as informative as I ever will be. Make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you guys so much for coming for today. I'll see you all tomorrow for the Nasu/Takeuchi interview action. Hope to see you there. I will be uploading all the VODs that we just did on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. Simultaneously, Olga rolls and Destiny rolls will come out soon. Thanks for the translation. Indeed. Thank you for sticking by. I appreciate you, every single one of you. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ah!